You are watching the Vodka stream.
Boop! What is happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka stream. Yay! Let's go ahead and put some music on. There we go. There we go. Don't make it that loud, though. Anyways, how we doing tonight, huh? How we doing? We made it through another week, and I'm telling you, trying to get back into like a work schedule. It's been kind of like, we'll say that, a little, it's the end of the week, and I'm a little like, oh man, maybe I should have had a cup of coffee before this, but I'll be all right. I think I'll be all right. So hopefully you guys are doing well. See some people out there already. But yeah, we made it through another week. Cheers, guys. Like I said, you could start asking some questions, and I'm going to give my full review of Godzilla X Kong. I don't know what the X always throws me off. I want to say X Con. I don't know why. That always like my brain wants to say that, but I'm going to give my full little drinking review, and then I'll answer some questions and everything like that, and then we'll get people on and start talking about all kinds of things. Hey, we got Mama Film Junkie. She's in the. I'm also live on Instagram as I've been doing. So it's like another angle of the madness, I guess you could say. What's going on, Ryan? Good to see you, Mr. Daniels. I loved Kong's Power Glove. It's so bad. Yeah, it's not bad. We got William right here. Good to see you. Yeah. Oh yeah. Got some comments on that whole Batmangate thing. Just hilarious. What's going on? Taladia Plays. Good to see you. Happy Friday, Mr. Gilmore. Good to see you too. Shamir. Godzilla X blowing up box house. Yeah, it's actually looks like it's tracking to do some good stuff. But yeah, good to see you, Phil. And of course, Mr. McKenzie. Ahoy, hoy. Yes. Let's have some drinks. One of these days, we'll share a drink. One of these days in person, right? That'd be sweet. But thank you, Mr. McKenzie. All right, Dan over on Instagram says Fast and Kong crossover. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that were to happen. I wouldn't be surprised at all. What's going on? There's Mama Film Junkie. So she's like in both spots. Good to see you. Love you. And we got Mr. Axel right here. Of course, we're going to be talking about Axel's Red Robin film. His fan film that he made. If you haven't seen it yet, I provided the link down below. It is down below if you haven't seen it. Check it out. It's good stuff. We got Lisa Jackson. Always great to see you, Miss Jackson. Max Wolf Night Danger. Hey, Dave, what up? Today is awesome day because I saw the new Godzilla Kong movie, and it was fucking awesome. Crazy. It's been 8 years since BVS. Yeah, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy to think about. Okay. What's going on, Shano? Abel, what is happening? We got Raquel as well. Greetings. Good to see you. We got Braden right here, too. I didn't know that Batman... I know, the Batmangate was still a thing. And we got Ruthie. Hey, you set your alarm. Hope your day is going... Yeah, you know what? Can't complain about the day. Like I said, really enjoying the new job, and it's not really, at least right now, it's not stressful, knock on wood. Anyways, it's not too stressful or anything like that. It's just trying to get back into the whole swing of like having a schedule and waking up early and stuff like that. Waking up earlier, I should say. Even when I was not really working, I was still waking up. I was waking up about 6-7 o'clock, but now I'm like waking up just a little bit earlier than that. So just trying to get used to it. Anyways, good to see you, Ruthie. All right. So go ahead. Ask away. Ask some questions, guys. Ask questions. Let's see. What do we got? So I can retweet this. I don't know. I'm trying to see if we get more interaction with the Twitter thing. I know I can't see when I have these glasses on. Ay. Caps lock. All right. There we go. All right, how we doing over here? We're doing good. We're doing good over here on Instagram. Dave, are you getting tired of people trying to compare Godzilla vs Kong to -1? Yeah, I mean, it's a natural thing, and that's it that's gonna happen no matter what. People are gonna do that because nobody expected. I don't think anybody expected -1 to be as good as it actually is. So you're gonna get people comparing that because no matter what, I mean, we have Godzilla -1, which was back to the basics and blew everybody's brains away. And then, of course, with Godzilla and Kong, this is like another sequel in the MonsterVerse. So it's still the same character. So naturally, they are going to do that. But at the same time, what people need to realize is like, hey, one is this and one is that. They're like different. One's back to the basics and really just going like, let's get back to the core of Godzilla and then make the human story be something that's just going to be people are going to connect with the characters. So yeah, as long as you could distinguish the two, and I think I did, because when it comes to Godzilla versus Kong, and let's take a drink before I start getting into my little review right here. The vodka's tasty. The vodka's tasty. When it comes to Godzilla versus or Godzilla X Kong, the new empire. When I went into it, I wasn't really like hyped for it. I was just like, all right, another movie. We're gonna have these two titans. I mean, when it came to Godzilla vs Kong, I watched it a couple of times. It was like, I was fine. It was fine. It had some cool shots, some cool things, and then you got Mecha Godzilla that they had to take on, and it was all great, and it was just Titan VFX porn for sure. So when going into this one, I'm thinking, all right, it's going to be something similar. They're going to try to do something with the human characters, which they did establish with the little girl in the first one. I was like, okay, that human story is interesting, but of course, none of the other characters are really that interesting, and they're always just like there to be like, hey, guess what? We have human beings here and everything like that. So when it came to this one right here, and I'll keep it fairly spoiler free, I guess you could say, but yeah, when it came to this one, it was just kind of just going through the motions. And I will say, you know what a shining attribute for this movie actually is? Junkie XL and his fucking score, man. He brought like an 80s vibe to it, which I thought was cool because even the needle drops were like, they're very much that too. It seems like filmmakers now, when it comes to some of these films, is like they're really trying to take like the 80s vibe approach, I guess you could say. I've been saying that a lot lately too. Like when I was just like, yeah, it kind of just reminded me of like an 80s in what Junkie XL did with the soundtrack a little bit, just added a little bit more of that synthesizer-y kind of score. So that was kind of cool. Like I was really digging what he was doing with the score. And then I even thought the needle drops were pretty decent as well. So I can't complain when it comes to the music of this. I thought that throughout. But yeah, it's like at first it's just, okay, we got characters. We got this guy. Okay, we got the podcast guy. He's there. He's the comic relief. I forget what the actor's name is. He was in Bullet Train, and he got nominated recently too. He's running a podcast. You got his characters, and he's just kind of annoying, not really that funny. Then you got the veterinarian dude, which is Dan Stevens, and of course you got the main character Rebecca Hall. Is that her name? Yeah. And you got them, and you automatically know, like, oh, there's a history between them. They probably dated in the past, and sure enough, yeah, they did. Cliche story, but I actually like Dan Stevens' character. I thought he was actually a little more. I thought he was funnier than the comic relief that they were supposed to put into the podcast character. But yeah, so you're just kind of just getting a lot of expositional dialogue, a lot of things, and you're kind of going like, all right, we kind of know where this is building up. But like I said in my first reaction review, when you get to that final act, to that final battle, and after Kong has already been like beaten up and just kind of just like he got his ass kicked, you feel bad for Kong, man. Kong, and I'm always been Team Kong, man. Team Kong. And he gets sent through the ringer here. Godzilla's just kind of like doing his thing, but then of course, obviously they're gonna have to team up. But Kong really gets run through the ringer, and there is just the final battle is absolutely batshit insane with all the Hollow Earth stuff, and then of course you go deeper into that Hollow Earth, and then there's other aspects of magical stuff that's happening. It's a lot of beautiful shots. Like I said, once it gets into that, like leads into that final act, it starts getting intriguing, and then it is just batshit crazy battles, duking out, and some other crazy stuff happens. There's a really cool shot which they kind of spoiled when it came to, I guess when it came to like the poster, there's like a banner that you actually see like that, this crazy shot that got a cheer in my movie theater. I was like, why would you want to reveal that in the banner? But anyways, and then yes, there's like a character, which I guess you could all kind of assume who the character is, a character that flies, that they try to keep out of the trailers. I think we all kind of assumed, but I mean, with that character, I won't say the name, but you know who the character is. It's basically like, oh, okay, the significance of that. I mean, they actually did a pretty good job connecting the girl with everything that was happening. And then he had the little mini Kong dude, which I thought that was going to be annoying at first, but that actually really worked out too. The little Kong guy, the mini Kong, I guess you could say that they were calling it. It was actually kind of cool to see that development. I mean, they actually did a pretty good job with just the creatures and having them communicate without obviously not communicating, no English or anything like that. I'm rambling, but yeah, I'm just saying, like, it was not bad. Give it a shot. I actually think it's better than the last one, Godzilla versus Kong. So I'm actually going to rewatch that again over this weekend, I think. But there you go. There's my review, full review. I actually, rather enjoyed it. Like I said, was kind of dragging with the first half, but then it started getting really intriguing. And then that final battle was batshit fucking crazy. Cheers. So there you go. Oh my God. I think on Instagram I have both my parents. I think we got Papa Film Junkie in the chat when it comes to Instagram. I think I see his name right there. Hi, Dad. And then my mom too. Of course, Mama Film Junkie is in, I don't know which one she's in. She looks like she's in both. But anyway, so go ahead and continue asking questions, guys. If you got some questions. Let's see what we got here. Hello, everyone. Good to see you, Shano. I already said hi. Axel said, all right, Godzilla X Kong was so dumb, but pretty funny. Yeah. I mean, it's nothing to be, nothing too crazy. Okay, and then I didn't read the last part where you said, I hear the eye of the dragon vodka is fabulous. There you go. I didn't read that part, but thank you again, Ruthie, for showing up, tuning into the Bat Channel. The Bat Channel. Okay, still there. Cool. It's nice. Yeah, he could probably do good with that. Let's see. We got Kevin O'Dog Hair. Good to see you. We got, okay, Gilmore says, one thing I hope the DCU has is low stakes for solo characters. You avoid stuff like Iron Man 3, where Tony is thought dead and none of the Avengers or Fury seem to care. Yeah. I mean, that's the problem you have when you're connecting the universe and all that stuff. Yeah. I'm glad Kong got a lot of focus. Yeah, he definitely did. A lot of Kong, and you just you really sympathize, and I thought they did a good job. Like you feel for Kong in the movie. Kong gave me a lot of Kratos vibes, and that mini Kong and him with the axe. Yeah, see that. I didn't really play that game though, but rambling through the city. Yeah. Dave, has anyone heard at all about what will happen to Momoa and Miller? Are they still on? No, I don't think so. I think they're done. They probably just paid him out or something like that. Yeah, I don't know when it comes to logistics, when it comes to the contracts of what Gao was supposed to do something else too. They probably just pay him out. I don't know what they do. I don't know the whole logistics with that, but I imagine it's just like they paid him out. Yeah, you have to pay the contract, I guess. I don't know. We got Strong Arm Flicks. What's going on? Sounds like I'm going to see the new Godzilla. Yeah, it really, like I said, It's not bad. I mean, I'm sure if I watched it again, I wouldn't be as bored with like the first the first half, like I was a little bit, because it's cliches. There's cliches, but then it starts getting interesting when they start really getting deeper into the Hollow Earth stuff, and they start connecting the things with the little girl and everything. Then you start going, okay, there's something here. And then, yeah, like I said, when the final battle happens, it's just Titans on Titans. They're fighting in the Hollow Earth, then they're in the surface, and it goes nuts. And yeah, Kong just gets his ass kicked in this movie, but hey, guess what? He's still Kong, man. He's still Kong. What's going on, man? Good to see you. Do you keep your vodka? Yes, I do. I do keep my vodka in the freezer. I just bought this bottle today, so it's not as cold, sadly. But yeah, usually I always keep all liquor that I have. I try to, I usually just have one bottle, so I just have it like in the freezer, just keep it right there. I don't have like a whole bar top. One of these days, I want to have a bar in my place and then have like actual stuff like that. But as of right now, it's just like, nah, I'll just have one bottle of something in my freezer. But yeah, sadly, I bought this one like probably about 3 hours ago. It was right after I got done with work, so probably about 4 hours ago, actually. And so it's a little chilled, but not that much. But yeah, I like it. I like the vodka cold. Let's see. It's good. Good to see you, Ryan. Legendary was smart to keep Dune and Monsterverse. Yeah, I think they're like kind of prevailing right now. That's pretty good. I know. I mean, think about it. I mean, as much as like, yeah, this is also Warner Brothers, but Legendary is also like they got two like. I think going into Godzilla Kong with low expectations also helped, because I ended up walking out going, you know what? I rather enjoyed the last half of that. And, so there's that. Still have not watched X-Men 97 yet, because again, I have to I got rid of my Disney Plus, because obviously with everything that's been happening, I got rid of it last year, I think, and trying to balance out like which streaming services I want. So, and then of course I got MLB coming back, so I'm back to paying that monthly charge of watching baseball now, because baseball's back, baby. And hopefully the frickin' Giants can actually pull a win tonight. They already lost the first game of the season, but what can you do? It's a struggling year. But anyways, so yeah, I haven't watched it. I'll eventually get to it. Maybe this weekend. Who knows? But there's some other things I want to watch too. Maybe even before that, because I know not all the episodes are out right now, right? I don't think so. Let's see. We got like a couple people over in the Instagram. Not sure. I thought I saw my dad pop in here. I saw his name. Dad, you still there? Dad? Hey, what's going on, Ronak? Good to see you. It's been a while. Yes, it has. Dave, particularly, I particularly like the movie Ready or Not, and they have said that they will be making a second one. And what are your thoughts? Well, I mean, anytime that it comes from the In Schneider, I always go, because I can't stand that guy. Schneider, yeah, I really just can't stand that guy. So anything that he posts, I just kind of go, okay, but obviously this could be an actual thing. This could be, who knows if it's true. I hope it is, because I really enjoyed the first one. But then at the same time, I'm like, all right, what do they do? Do they do like a totally different character arc? Do they keep the same character? But I really enjoyed the first one. Who's the girl that stars in that? She looks like Margot Robbie a little bit. I can't remember her name, but totally eluding me right now. She played Bill's daughter in Bill and Ted's the Bill and Ted 3 movie. But yeah, I can't remember. Samara Weaving. There, I almost said Hugo Weaving. I'm like, nope, that's not it. It just hit me. Yeah, Samara Weaving. So yeah. So if it happens, cool. I like the first one, and I'm down for another one to see what they do with it. But just kind of wondering what's that is that gonna be the same character that's gonna be doing something, or is it gonna be a different character like an anthology? Do you drink tequila? I have a friend who owns a tequila company. It's pineapple flavored. I'll get you some. Ooh, that sounds delicious. I don't drink it a lot, but if it's there, I am half Mexican, so I got the genes. I got the taste for tequila. I don't know. I just always been kind of a vodka bourbon guy, vodka whiskey, I guess you could say. Vodka. I don't know. Just that was always had, and then it just the name Vodka Stream just kind of came to be. A Batman liquor would taste like black licorice. A Superman liquor would taste like hope. I don't know. It would taste like black licorice. Nah. No, I would say like a Batman liquor would be more like a whiskey. I think it would be like a whiskey. If Batman were to have a liquor, it would be like a whiskey. Superman would be like maybe it wouldn't be a vodka. That'd be like Red Sun Superman, huh? I don't know if it'd be a vodka. Maybe it'd be a vodka. I don't know, but it's funny because a few weeks ago I actually had after my nana's funeral, the family and I we all went to this place that was serving like margaritas. We were doing some celebrating, and there was a Batman drink that they had on the drink list, and my cousin ordered one for me, and it wasn't bad. It was a little too sweet for my taste, sweet drinks. I'm like, ugh, I could only have like one of them, and I was already having margaritas, and those were kind of sweet too. I'm not really a sweet drink kind of guy. But yeah, it wasn't bad. It was it was purple. I mean, it kind of looked like it could taste like black licorice, but it was actually pretty refreshing, to be honest. But yeah, a little too sweet for my taste, though. Sony would have screwed it up. Sony screws up a lot of things. You know what? I mean, yeah. The Scar King has got red hair, and he was like kind of balding. Maybe somebody designed him like that. Could be. Oh, you're a Pirates fan, huh? Well, that's cool. Hey, what's going on, Darren? Good to see you. Good to see ya. You excited for the new season of The Boys? Of course. Love that. Love that show. Gen V was also great. So that whole universe, I'm always excited for. Is there a DCAU episode you're looking forward to the most? Can't really think of one. I mean, off the top of my head, like I said, there was that one where, and I forget what it's called. Again, I think I talked about it last week. I don't know if Scott's in here. I don't think he's in here. But it was the one where, Scarecrow episode of the new Batman Adventures where Bruce basically has no fear. Something with fear. He's being knighted, as he should be. He should be knighted. I know a certain movie I have been nagging Dave to watch. I just want him to review it so bad. Can't remember which one that is, though. You're going to have to remind me, Lisa. Gonna have to remind me. Oh, don't even say that. So basically, Jägermeister. You know what? Jaeger is not bad, but yeah, don't ever have a night drinking Jaeger. That's for damn sure. Jeez. He has some really bad hangovers, but Jaeger's good. If you have a cough, though, Jaeger's good. Jaeger and bourbon, and by no means am I saying actually do this, but I'm just saying, anecdotally, for me, anytime that I've had a cough, bourbon or Jaeger is basically cough syrup. So basically, there's some similar ingredients in there. So it can actually coat your throat and actually do a pretty good job. But bourbon, What's going on, Cortez? Hope everything is good. Might check out Godzilla Kong this weekend. Good. Really interested in seeing the new Henry Cavill film. I know, right? The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. I finally, after editing and talking about it, I always forget the title of that name, but now I know the title of that name. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to that movie. Looks like it's just going to be it's Guy Ritchie. The cast looks great. Henry Cavill looks like he's having a great time, especially after the whole Argyle thing. He needs a win. And I hope that this is a win because Argyle was a huge miss. I didn't see it, but I A lot of negativity for it. Didn't do well at the box office. So he needs the win, and I think that movie is definitely the win. It's funny that Kristen Stewart doesn't want to do any MCU, but never said DC, and the MCU groupies are mad at her because of it. Yeah, but the thing is, though, anytime that I look at that and see, this is what I mean, and of course, this is what we do as fans, is anytime they mention Marvel, it's just because I don't think, like, we gotta realize that some of these actors don't know the difference between Marvel and DC. They just don't. So I don't know if she knows the difference. And since Marvel is always like is the big guy, if she just meant that, I don't know. But then again, maybe she did because, well, maybe she does know the difference between that, because she obviously, her and Robert Pattinson worked together big time, and then she commented about him playing Batman. So maybe that is so. Maybe she does. But I mean, let's face it, when it comes to what's happening, it's just, I mean, I'm biased. I'm a DC guy, and I always thought the DC characters were much more intriguing and interesting and had better villains, but nothing against Marvel. I always thought that it was just more of like, I don't know. With Marvel, it just never, when I was a kid, it just, I read X-Men comic books, some Spider-Man comic books, just never dove into that world like I did with DC. I don't know. It's all crazy. What's going on Instagram? Any of the people that are pissed off about my Zack Snyder video showing up? So on Instagram, like, I don't think I posted it. I posted it on YouTube, of course. I didn't post it on Twitter, but I posted like another thing. Ooh, 4-0 Giants. Look at that. I posted another thing talking about, BVS, obviously 8 years, and the fact that it's still being talked about and there's still a discourse and a debate. And I'm like, yeah, you don't hear about, Marvel movies, like the certain Marvel movie. You don't hear about Civil War. Nobody's talking about Civil War like this. You rarely hear about some of these movies. And man, did that piss off some people on Instagram. You should go underneath the comments of that video. There's people that are just like, yeah, you thought you had a point. You're coping. You're doing all this. You suck. I hate you. And I didn't say that, but they were just kind of like, there's some people that were upset on Instagram, and I just let it go. I didn't respond. I'm like, I'm not going to get into this. There were people that were going back and forth in the comment section too. And I'm like, I'm not even going to I'm not even going to try to join that whole discourse, because it's just like, you're proving my point. I kind of responded to some people. I'm like, you're proving my point that the fact that this movie BVS is so relevant and significant to the superhero genre that any time that it's brought up, you just got full on, just like droves of people that just want to they're just so angry because you got people who are obsessed with it and people who hate it and think it's the worst movie ever. And they just, I don't know. There's people that were saying, like, people still talk about Wonder Woman 1984. I'm like, who the fuck still talks about Wonder Woman 1984? People still talk about Morbius. Okay, they only talk about Morbius anytime, like when Madam Web came out, they talk about Morbius. But other than that, it's been a while since people talk about Morbius. It just seems like Batman vs Superman is always in the conversation when it comes to superhero movies. I don't know. Maybe I didn't articulate my point as well. I probably didn't when I in that video, but hey, whatever. You guys are still pissed off. The people are still pissed off when people bring up BVS and people loving that movie. Hey man, I want to make a video about Arkham Asylum in the DCU series, and also tell about how it's do it. Don't hold back. Do it. Never fear. That's what it's called. Thank you. Yeah, Genevieve Puppet. Yeah, fantastic and hilarious. I don't drink at all, but the smell of Jaeger makes me nauseous. Yeah, it's not a good smell. It's not a good one. Hypocrite. Argyle bad. Yeah. I heard it was pretty confused. I saw a clip. Henry Cavill clip where he had a mullet going on, because I know like it's all like, is it a story? Is it reality? Is it fiction? I guess it jumps around a lot, but yeah, I saw a clip where it had Cavill with like a curly mullet. I'm like, man, they did a number on Cavill's hair when it came to that. DC movies are more art, I think. Yeah, I think so too. There's just something more intriguing. Dave, did you see the quote that Millie Bobby Brown saying she doesn't watch movies or something? Yeah, I saw that. Sounds to me like she has ADHD. I don't know why you would actually answer that with that, but she's like, yeah, I don't like to watch movies because she can't sit there and watch movies. So she's constant. So she has something where she's constantly has to be like up and doing something or on her phone or something like that. I don't know why you'd want to admit that. I know people were losing their minds. I really don't care. I mean, it makes sense. She's young. She's really young. And let's face it. And, sorry, Axel, but the young generation, they are easily very distracted nowadays, where it's like, okay, I've been to the movies where it's just like, I could just see like somebody over here, they're looking at their phone like every 6 minutes, even in a dark movie theater. You can't just put it away. I put my fucking phone on airplane mode sometimes. When I go see a movie, I'll put it on airplane mode and just put it in my pocket and forget about it. I disconnect. It's my sanctuary. The movie theater is my sanctuary. And I just freaking completely just turn it off, disconnect, and enjoy the movie, man. It's like, why even admit that? I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, like with these celebrities, when they get asked questions and they just admit something like that, it's like, why even admit that, I don't really care, though. Who cares? She's young. She's whatever. What's your favorite music moment in BVS? Probably for me, it's This Is My World. Yeah. I would agree with you that. And I think just like, when Bruce is like hugging the child and seeing Superman and Zod go down and the dun, 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 that's also a good music moment right there. You think you'll make another facts about movies? Yes. I actually recorded one like a month ago or so, and I just have to finish it. I just have to finish editing it. I don't know why I can't get myself to just sit there, like to just edit it. It's probably about 70% done, maybe 75. But for some reason, just with everything else and now taking on the new job and everything like that, I just haven't had the just motivation and the time. But sometimes I do have the time, just not the motivation to finish it. I have it on Batman 89. And this year is the 35-year anniversary. I think it came out in June or July. So long as I get it out before then, and I'll get it out. It's just, and then I'll continue to do more of those videos. It's just, there's a lot of work that goes into that kind of style video. Like when it came to Superman, it was 20 facts. When it's Batman, it's 25 facts. So there's more, and there's a lot more to it. There's a lot of facts that were in. A lot more time went into this one. I just had to finish editing it. And it's just, finding the time. And then when I have the time, finding the motivation sometimes. It's just, boy. So, ew. I would not want Kristen Stewart to be Talia. Fuck no. I mean, she's a good actress, but I don't see her in that role at all. What's going on, Skate and Geek Out? Let's see what else we got here. Padres are coming back. You're not wrong about that. Yesterday in the theater, there were these. Yeah, exactly. It's just, I think there's just, sometimes just attention spans aren't there. I think I really, okay, it was June. So I'll have it out by then. 35th anniversary. I'll have it out by then. Because I don't know. It's just because it takes a lot of time, a lot of edits, a lot of everything. And I'm sitting here just, I'm trying to get clips out. I need, if I could expand on a team and maybe eventually it'll get to the point where I could, and I could have like an editor at hand where I could just be like, throw some buckaroos over at him or her, and just have them edit some clips for me or do whatever so I can concentrate on something because I want to do more of these film facts videos. They're fun to do. They're fun to put together. There's just a lot of work that gets thrown into them. And when I'm trying to keep up all the other stuff on the channel, it's just difficult. Instagram's pretty quiet today. Hey, I got a new follower at least. But see some people have joined and left too, but pretty quiet over on Instagram. But all right, start inviting some peeps in here. Boop. Yeah, some more people joining on Instagram. Hi, Instagram. All right. Did I do that? No. Okay. Just sending out the invites. Where are we at here? Where's the other one? I don't know. I can't find it. Scrolling. I know this is good. This is good. Good service. There it is. Okay. Because there's like one that's always like a group one with like some of the regulars. That's why I say like all the regular dudes always get. They always getting the invites. Should already have this like pre-set up, but you know. Hey man, if Matthew Vaughn direct a DCU, what project would you like to see? I always thought like if he was gonna do something, the Authority was up his alley. I always thought that was a good one for him. And a lot of people agree with that, but I don't know. I think Matthew Vaughn needs to find his footing again after having a couple like not so great ones. He needs to find his footing again, but maybe a superhero movie could help. I mean, it's funny because I like the Kingsman movies, and I like the Kick-Ass movies. I think the last Kingsman movie was like it was interesting. I don't know. It's interesting. Matthew Vaughn is he's an acquired taste for sure, but I mean, obviously, First Class was absolutely insane and awesome. But we'll see. I know he was like talking about doing something. All right, hold on. I gotta send out one more. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Come on. All right, there we go. There we go. All right, we're good. Instagram's still quiet. All right. Dave, there are so many movies being remade lately, but if you could choose one particular movie to remake, what would it be, and who would you cast to play the parts? Whoa! Put me on the spot, Ruthie. I'm like, man, trying to think. Well, I mean, off the top of my head, it's not really a remake, but I guess you could say it's a remake. It would be a remake. And I've been talking about this for a while, especially since Deadpool came out, the first Deadpool. But I'm like, where is this? I mean, technically, it would be a remake. I mean, I guess you could say, when it comes to The Crow, it's like it's an updated version of The Crow. We had the one in 1994. Now we have this one. But for me, I'm like, let's redo The Mask. Let's get the Mask back and do a true adaptation of the comic book this time, because the Jim Carrey one, as great as it is, it's very watered down. PG-13, not very watered down, but it's PG-13, and The Mask is very, very R-rated. I don't know. There's that one. I'm sure there's like other ones I just can't think of off the top of my head when it comes to movies where I know it's like, oh yeah, this would be better as a remake. But yeah, can't think of anything else off the top of my head. The only thing I was thinking about is like The Mask, is like redo that, because there needs to be like an updated version when it comes to that. They need to make a sequel to 65 with Adam Driver. Yeah, I don't know what else they could do with that, though, to be honest. It's like, what else could they do with that story? It seemed like it was just like the story was interesting. It was cool, but that movie, it's like I enjoyed it, but then also was like, all right, it was just kind of like this. It was like a long episode of like a Black Mirror, not even a Black Mirror, but it felt like an anthology of like something. I don't know. Cortez, hey, you've been hearing rumors about Venom animated? Yeah, I've heard something about that. Seth Rogen, yeah. I mean, he's doing a lot of animation stuff. I mean, guy's just producing things. When was the last time he starred in something? Can't remember the last time like Seth Rogen was actually starring something. It just seems like he's just making shit, which is cool too. You know, easier on him. He doesn't get on the screen. What are you most hyped about for later this year? Dave Furiosa, Alien Romulus, Beetlejuice 2. Well, I mean, there's Monkey Man. I'm looking forward to Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. Those ones are up there, as well as Furiosa, as well as Alien, as well as Beetlejuice. So a lot of good. There's a lot of things that I'm looking forward to for sure. And of course, Deadpool. I'm really looking forward to Deadpool and Wolverine. So there's plenty to look forward to. But yeah, but definitely like out of those three, though, I would say probably Beetlejuice the most out of those three, but I'm looking forward to all three of those, though. Let's see. I watched the number 23 with Jim Carrey, and I could say it's a very odd movie that makes you think. Oh, yeah. It makes you think. I watched that probably a couple of months ago, and yeah, I watched that, and you immediately start adding things up. You immediately start adding like things, and you start going like, oh my God, I don't know. There's things when it comes to my name and my birthday and stuff like that add up to 23. And I'm like, oh boy, yeah, I could really start freaking you out, I guess you could say. Yeah, it's a good movie though. That was a question from Running Brave on Instagram. Watch that movie. It's really good. It's Joel Schumacher. You know, I know he gets a lot of shit for Batman and Robin, but he's made some really good fucking movies. Number 23 is great. Phone Booth is great. He did The Lost Boys as well. A veteran Hal Jordan, I wouldn't mind seeing Ryan Gosling, especially if the series is a True Detective in space. Wouldn't that be sweet? Hello, hope everyone is doing well tonight. Batmangate ends with a whimper. I found it hilarious that the YouTubers and channels that believed Wozniak. Yeah, of course they're silent. Because, you know, I think the certain people that when it came to that whole thing was they just hated anything that wasn't Zack Snyder's Batman, you know, so when it was somebody else's Batman. But then it's funny too, because if Batman Part 2 got canceled, they would immediately defend Matt Reeves and then say like, what the hell, James Gunn and blah, 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 blah. Oh, fuck, what? Wade, what are you doing? You had it. You got him. Sorry. Good play just happened. A good play just happened. A bad play and a good play just happened. That was freaking awesome. Fly ball hit the right field. Warning track. Wade Jr. had it, dropped it, threw it in, hit the cutoff man. Guy was headed to third for a triple, and they got him. That was a good play. Even after like an error. Like, I don't know if that was actually an error. That was a difficult catch. Man, he went for it. Sorry. Got really excited right there. Do you think Superman fails in 2025? They will return to Snyder? No, because Zack is doing his own thing. Zack is doing his own thing right now. Yeah, I mean, if Zack wants to return, he wants to do Dark Knight Returns. He has said this many times now. I don't think they're not going to return to Zack because we got to realize that Zack left back in 2017? Yeah, they're not going to go back to him. He's not going to go back to do, I don't know. Yeah, it would be too much time has passed by then. I don't know. Yeah, it would just be, I don't think he would want to like go back to and then try to continue all that. It's just, that's going to be too much time's passed. Who knows if like any of the actors would want to come back. I think they should just continue the story through comic book form or something like that. That's the way I've always looked at it. What's with George Miller and huge naked titties? Okay. I'm not sure, but hey, why not? Right? What's going on, Tony Movie Chappie Neil, D9 Neil Blomkamp fan Dave? It's hard for me to get excited for Alien Romulus because I am still hurt by the fact that we never get a sequel to. I know. I do wish they would continue that story that was started by Ridley Scott and all them with Prometheus. I thought that was pretty interesting. But, it's whatever. I'll watch anything that has to do with that. Justin Lin directing Spider-Man 4 is interesting. Oh, yeah. I mean, I heard that rumor too, but I think wasn't that also from Ian Schneider? Oh. I think I would have, Drew Goddard, but Drew Goddard's over at DC, yeah. I don't know. I mean, hey, if he ends up doing it, cool. But I'm kind of wondering about that, though. I mean, it's not gone. It's still in our hearts, and it still can show up in the comic book medium. But it's not gonna live action. You could just kind of rule that out. I'm just saying. Yeah, AI people are already doing like stuff like that. So, oh yeah, I watched the Nickelodeon doc. Pretty devastating. We got one more episode that's coming out too soon. So, yeah, that was that was a little bit of a difficult watch. Sometimes there's like many times where I was like, ugh. Ah, geez, why do I do this? Where do I put my glasses? Now I got to find where I put my glasses. Did I put them way over there? All right. See, this is why you can see right here I'm a little off when it comes to this week. Anyways, all right, so I'm gonna go ahead and end Instagram. Bye, Instagram. There you go. Share it. Sure. I have no idea what I did with my glasses. Hold on one second, guys. Well, okay. On the counter in the bathroom. Holy Lord. Come on, Dave. What are you doing? All right, let's go ahead and start getting some peeps in here. All right. You're as cold as ice. You're willing to sacrifice. I don't know why that song's in my head, but it is. All right. What's going on, Mr. Axel? What's happening? We got William, we got Paul, and we got Chris. What's happening, guys?
Doing good. How's everyone doing?
Same old, same old.
Same old, same old. Sounds so excited there, Paul.
Oh yeah, I'm living the dream. No, just still moving stuff, trying to get stuff ready for the summer and whatnot. So
that's right. Yeah. You're still in the moving process, right?
Yeah. I'm still trying to get a place to move to, and then I should be all set. But I've got backups just in case something doesn't work out. So, but yeah, getting the house ready for the summer rental. That's the idea.
There you go. Cool.
Yeah.
How's it going, Chris?
A little under the weather. Been burning the candle on both ends at work, so coffee is my friend right now.
Yeah, I feel you. I know. It's just like I'm trying to get used to like a work schedule again, big time, and I'm like, sleep was like wonky this week, I should say, and
I've gotten too used to like a work like routine because I was meant to have work last week, but they told me last minute that it was off, and I was like, oh god damn. But I don't have it tonight, which is good because it's Easter weekend. So
that's true. Yeah, we should get Monday off. I don't know. Why is it that Easter is like this important holiday, but there's no days off we get?
For us, we have Monday off. And
see what the hell? I'm moving to Australia.
Well, you guys don't have Mondays off.
No, we don't get Mondays off.
I did not know. Okay.
Get Sunday. Some places, Vegas. If you work in Vegas, you don't get Sunday off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you work in Vegas, they don't care about holidays. They want you to work on the holidays.
That's a true city that doesn't sleep is Vegas.
Yeah. If you go to a Walmart anyway, I mean, most places are open on Easter. I mean, it used to be back when I was a kid, most places would close on Easter Sunday, but now they've all pretty much eliminated Easter Sunday. I mean, it's a religious holiday. I don't think a lot of places even pay Like in some places, you get paid double time on that. I think it's just a regular straight 8 hours for a lot of people.
It's not. It's weird because it's just not. It's not looked at as like a holiday, like 4th of July or Christmas or Thanksgiving. It's not looked at like.
I guess that just depends if you're, I think like religious maybe. I think that just all depends.
Well, the government doesn't care about it.
Yeah, the government doesn't care about it, but I mean, I'm not religious and I still celebrate Christmas. I mean, it's just everybody celebrates Christmas. So I don't know. It's just, Easter has always been a weird one. I mean, like I'm going to my mom's and we're having like an Easter dinner, but I'm like, all right, cool. I mean, I'm there for the dinner for sure, but I'm like, I don't. Yeah, we were celebrating the resurrection of Jesus Christ, right? Okay, why the Easter bunny that has eggs? Well, what kind of trippy thing happened with that? I'm sure there's a whole reason.
That goes back to pagan stuff.
Yeah, the pagan stuff, right?
Yeah. I didn't read the manga, so I'm not too sure.
No, I mean, since the dawn of man, there's always been like a festival of spring and a festival of winter, pretty much. And the pagans were all about that. And then when the Christians took over that, they made it about the resurrection of Jesus and about the birth of Jesus being in December. I don't know how it all worked out, but that's basically,
those pagans, man, because they are also like with the Christmas thing is similar, right? Because the Christmas tree, isn't that also like a similar thing to the pagans or something like that? Or the winter solstice, the winter solstice thing. They used to have like orgies and shit like that.
Yeah, Christians basically, from what I know, I mean, again, I'm not anywhere near experts, but they basically took some of the traditions and destroyed all of like the cool stuff that all the pagans did. Basically, no, I don't know, but like I don't know even the correct term, but they gentrified it to their religion, and then so on and so forth, and then but we as humans have always praised the time of like spring and the time of winter with some sort of festival or some sort of thing. So
I did always like Robin Williams' point of view on the whole issue of the Easter Bunny. He said, now if an Easter Bunny could pass an egg, that would be a miracle.
Right.
And he brings up the point saying you can't go in the backyard like spreading raspberry jam, saying let's go looking for Jesus. That's not a good thing.
It's a good point. God, it was hilarious.
Yeah.
But how's everything going in Vegas there, William?
We're right in the middle. Like I said, I'm supposed to be at Kong versus Godzilla, but I had the promotion that lasted until today or till tomorrow. So I got T-shirts and hats and stuff that we have to hand out. So I'm kind of going to be there for like 10, just handing out. And plus, they had they didn't do a screening here in Vegas, but they gave us a crap ton of Fandango tickets. I got the cover thing. So
nice.
So anybody who's local that wants to go, it's on me.
There you go.
Okay.
Anybody in the Vegas area?
Has anyone here actually seen the movie? I know that Phil did.
I saw it.
Yeah, I saw it too. I gave my little review. You didn't see it? Did you see it, Chris?
No, I saw it.
Oh, okay.
It was fun.
Yeah, I'm letting you guys know if you do want to discuss that tonight, feel free. It's really hard to spoil a Godzilla movie, in my opinion, except for maybe -1. So
there's
I'm
only like
assume.
There's not really. There's like one thing that is like I guess you consider a spoiler, but not because we all.
I think it's just I think it's just
you all suspected. You suspect this character to be in there. But it was funny because there is a shot in the trailer where you go, oh, wait, there's more to that shot. They did that whole thing where they didn't have the complete VFX done on this shot right here, which looks cool in the trailer, but then it looks a lot cooler in when you actually see it. So, yeah, I mean, you really can't spoil it too much. But, we'll get to that in a little bit. But we're going to first talk to the Mr. Filmmaker right here that's to the left of me. Because he's got a little fan film that he finally posted. Because the first time you came on, Axel, we were
like 70% done with the movie, and now it's after 3 years of this fucking nightmare. It's all over, and it feels so good. But like, it's been a tough week so far. Like, I had like movie finished, but also like sadly my dog passed away.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, it's all good. It was pretty tough. And like this morning, I even filled up her water bowl, and I was like, "Oh, I remember."
Oh, it's just
just such a routine. I'm
routine,
like, I'm still a bit in denial, but like, also like, just what wouldn't be fair for her if we kept her around. So, anyway, like yeah, so like I don't know where to begin with this. So I'm just showing my screen right now, so I'll
right
show
here.
you what yep. So it's about like 45 minutes long, and yeah, so like here's where we're like, this is like intro, like this. I'll like tell you how I filmed this scene. So like this scene here was like filmed at like my gym. So like this was like our old gym we used that me and my dad go to.
Yeah.
And so like these two here are like my gym trainers, and I got them to play cops. And so
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, obviously you had family members and everybody too. That's a good shot right there, by the way.
yeah, heavily inspired.
Yeah, I know you're. When I was watching it, because you know, I know you used some of the music from BBS, but yeah, I know, like, there's certain like shots that you're trying to accomplish, and I really was like, oh yeah, look at that, you did a good job with the Batarang flashlight dark shot right there.
You know what the funny thing is? It's not even stabbed into the ground. We just got like a cardboard box to make it look like it was like another step.
See that's what's fun about this kind of stuff, because I know it's like you want to do, when it comes to a story like this, especially, you want to do like these crazy things, but you're limited big time. So you have to come up with like these different ideas, and that's cool that you pulled it off like that, because I wouldn't have actually guessed that. I thought that was actually sticking in somewhere like that. I didn't even think about how you did that.
So, all right. And then like am I allowed to play music? I'll just mute it for now.
Well, I mean, if it's the copyrighted music,
yeah.
It gets a little
like
weird.
Here we have the intro to like the movie. I just like, so like I filmed this while I was just out getting like I think like Japanese food or something.
Nice.
Yeah. So I it was just me and my dad, and we were just like,
what's funny about this, and what I was thinking when I was watching this, is like, because you're in Australia, so left side of the road.
Yeah.
It was like tripping me out a little bit. I'm like, oh yeah, you guys drive on the left side of the road. Because I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I just kind of like, it took me a minute. I was like, oh yeah, this is in Australia. Duh.
I just kept on hearing the Sopranos theme song as you were driving along. You know,
there you go.
And like,
that's a cool.
Like,
little
this was
opening,
like set in our eastern suburbs, and so like I was just like, might as well just bring my camera along.
And speaking of your dad, does your dad play Alfred in this? Or
oh no, that was a family friend.
Oh, okay. I was like wondering if like your dad was like a part of it or something like that, or if that was your dad. Because I think you have like your sister that's also in this.
No,
I saw Droga a couple of times.
Yeah, my cousin Emil plays Nightwing.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So like,
now
here we have.
Is that it? There's no other family member?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought I saw the name. Maybe I just saw your name a couple of times.
Yeah. My name's in there quite a lot. So here you have like this Harvey Dent poster that I was just like, and you can see on like hold up, the top right there's my backpack. And what else
so how long have you been working on this, Axel?
I started working on this in April of 2021.
Okay.
So it was like probably like right after the Snyder Cut. And I was just so like inspired. I was in love with that with that 4:3 aspect ratio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's why I like chose it for the movie. And so here we have like so me in the kitchen just drinking whatever the fuck that thing's called. And yeah. So this character here is he do you guys know the character Sideways? He's like a newer character.
Yeah, he's a Dan DiDio creation. He's basically kind of like another version of like a DC Spider-Man type of deal, I guess. Okay. In that sense.
Yeah, he made like portals and stuff, and so like I just added him in the movie, which I thought was just a fun Easter egg. And also like here in this scene we have I don't know if you guys know who Super Hive is.
Yeah.
She voices Vicky Vale in this scene.
Okay. Yeah, that's what's her name? Allie. There you go.
Yeah, she did good. This and like you got like a Lex Corp and Queen Industries.
Yeah.
What else there? You also got like
I love how your Bruce Wayne has long hair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a cool choice.
I started laughing. I'm like, you know what? That would be cool if Bruce Wayne had some long hair like that.
And I totally bought your casting as Alfred coming from the Earth One. It's one of the few things I do like about Earth One is the
The Alfred,
paramilitary
who also
Alfred,
like
yeah.
inspired the Beware the Batman version of Alfred.
Yeah.
And this part here, so like here's
Stephanie Brown.
And like this was actually like a late addition to the movie. I was like thinking I gotta add the character Stephanie Brown somehow.
Why not?
Yeah, because like you just can't. And so I cast this girl named Zoe, and she's really good in the role. And like the most annoying thing about the scene was the background noise. You had like fucking it was like
noise.
Yeah,
see, I mean, one of the things, and I was talking about this with Travis when they were talking about their movie a couple of weeks ago. It's like it's not, especially when you're outside. When you're inside, very easy to, you know. The trick is always to obviously have some kind of boom, have mics, and then of course, even if you're using like the mic on the cameras, like in post production, you add something called room tone, I think it's called, where you actually have like a like that in the background, just to kind of filter out all that kind of stuff. Like
I definitely could have used one of those for like the end scene because like they're on the car park and like there was wind blowing. I mean, it worked for the cape Batman had, but it was so fucking bad.
No, but I mean, like that's always like the struggle. Even when I was like when I've made short films in the past, it's always the biggest issue is always the fucking audio. The audio is always the pain in the ass because I mean that's why you have boom mics and all this kind of stuff, and they can just and high. Yeah, it's always very difficult. I know that guy.
Yeah, I know, right? He seems pretty cool.
Now, did you kind of go guerrilla filming in the sense of just hopefully no one's gonna ask questions, or did you have to or you were forced to get permits to do any of this?
Oh, we just filmed we filmed this scene like late at night. Me and my friend, we just I asked, yo, can't get over here. We'll film a scene, and he was just, yeah, sure, mate. And so we just did this, and we fucking just So as you can hear in the background, there's like the Solomon Grundy nursery rhyme. Also, in that poster there was like a movie a script I wrote back in like 2018. It's called Butter Chicken.
Hey, little Easter egg. Why not? It's a movie. Put it in there.
Yep.
Why not? I noticed like there's like you had the directed by Zack Snyder hat made it up.
Yeah.
Intense music. Ouch. That was actually a pretty cool shot. Pretty cool edit right there too. It worked. Yeah.
Oh, this scene here was so bad to film. Like the lighting was so bad. I don't even want to show the scene.
I know. I get it. The lighting is also like that's probably like audio is like the number one like ass kicker when it comes to all this shit. But lighting
and also there's so much noise and pixel lighting. I'm just like,
well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, that's the thing. That's why they have like these crews in these obviously the big cameras, and then of course there's things where if you have your camera on like a focus is also can be a tough thing too sometimes.
So
who are these guys?
Okay, so like the guy with the black hoodie was Anarchy. So spoiler alert, that guy's Anarchy. And the other guy was like
real life in it.
Oh, those are like two friends of mine,
like
classmates. So like we filmed that scene back in school, and that was the only chance we got of filming something like that.
Now, how did you settle on Anarchy? Were there any other villains you were kind of considering or thinking about?
I chose Anarchy because he was. I know for a fact that Lonnie Machin was meant to be the next Robin, and he's sort of similar to Tim Drake, like as in like he's the opposite of him. Like he wants to help Batman, but he also wants to make him do the things that he shouldn't do. But whereas Tim he understands what Batman is going through. He takes the time to investigate the stuff, and he just
Yeah, I thought it was.
So,
I thought it was an interesting choice. You don't see too much focus on Anarchy. It's kind of one of the forgotten.
No, like
elements.
last time was like Arkham Origins, and then he was on Arrow, right? I think
Yes.
he was.
He was.
Yeah,
on
yeah, he
it.
was.
Yes, he was.
And
Yeah.
in terms of the comics, I would even argue that like most times where Anarchy is probably most prominent is maybe No Man's Land. I think.
Yes, that's
'cause
what I was about to say. Yeah.
Either
Yeah,
that
yeah.
or it's like a 80s run, or and with Tim Drake's 80s run, I'd imagine.
Okay.
Like he have like a little shit.
He looks like a
But-
Jabberwocky.
Yeah. So like here we have like cool Easter eggs. Here we have the Gotham Reservoir, which was the Joker tried to poison. Got the Dream Lens. You got Polly's Diner. Anyone know where that's from?
No.
It's at the beginning of Arkham Knight.
Oh.
It's named after. It's also named after Paul Dini.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes
You're right.
sense.
Yeah, Brentwood Academy, which I think Tim enrolled. Tim also has like a coffee addiction.
Don't we all?
He also got Dungeons and Dragons. And you have Quincy Sharp, who of course was the warden in Arkham Asylum in the
There you
game.
See, Easter eggs. You gotta love those Easter eggs.
Yeah,
Because I thought you typed something else, and there was I think in this sequence there was something that popped out too when you typed something in here. I forgot what it was though. Anyways, look at that pose
no,
right
The
there.
brooding.
Yeah. The brooding
Robin.
pose. Yeah, there's Robin, but I could have swore you type in something and something came up that was like an Easter egg too.
possibly Robin Vigilante.
Yeah, because I thought this was
there's,
kind of cool. It was kind of
Dolphin.
cool too because essentially you have to make it seem like, Robin is a real character. It's not a comic character, so it's not like you search in something and you pull up the DC fucking database.
Yeah, I also like put in
He's Tim Drake. How'd he know?
But I like that you put Dawson's name right there.
Yeah, I was like, because I gotta use like something that would the real world know.
Dude, I mean Dawson, his sketches, I love his like his TikToks where he has like where he just sketches on a sticky notepad.
Yeah, that's cool.
They're
He also
freaking.
has
I mean,
like a drawing in the credits that he
yeah,
did.
I saw that you had a
that's
lot of that when it came to the credits. But yeah, no, Dawson's awesome when it comes to all that stuff.
And he also got like just died. He died. This Robin, not Dawson. Robin died in the
I hope not.
2020. Yeah, I hope not. Age unknown, and just like because like the Wikipedia doesn't know that Robin were two people.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I like it. Known for vigilantism. Yeah.
yeah.
Mm.
And also you also got Scott McClellan in the movie.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah,
Tim, are you awake?
I didn't even know that was him.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
How
that's
did I
him.
miss that?
Totally missed that. I thought that was just a family member of yours.
Yeah.
No,
Didn't
it's
know that
him.
was him.
I he was
Wow.
like, he was it's really cool to do it, and
That's cool. Love that. I didn't know that. Wow. I remember you said you thanked him and somebody else also that I didn't know who did voicing in the movie, which I'm sure you'll show. But yeah, that's cool. And then this is your cousin right here, right? That played Nightwing.
Yep.
Nice.
And yeah, he's just fighting like the other Nightwing. And here we have like Commissioner. Oh, Batgirl saves Commissioner.
Yeah. This is where you're talking to Barbara.
Barbara,
and you already
yeah.
figured everything out, and then you're like,
Yes.
"Wait a minute, wait,
You're what?
you were that Batgirl girl,
You were that girl who dressed up like
the
Bat.
Bat. What?
No, killing is bad. Yeah,
Killing is bad.
killing is bad. Okay.
Once you get away with it.
Yeah. How dare?
Just
Can't
bad.
talk
We
about
also
that.
got like there's this movie edit a continuity error where fucking hell his phone is in the right hand.
I love how you're picking apart your movie right now.
Yeah, I know. Hey, it's you good. And now it's in the left.
Hey! Know what? That's not that bad because you
Yeah,
cut
it's not
to
that
the other.
bad.
You could have quickly switched hands. You could have
True.
quickly switched hands.
Movie
right there.
magic. That's what we call it.
There was enough of the coverage on the guy with the door to actually not even make me even think about that. So
yeah, that is true.
it's when you do like a cut and then you cut to a different angle and he's holding the phone differently. Hey Phil, forgot you were backstage. Sorry, we're going over Axel's movie.
All good in the hood, mate. All good in the hood.
Here we have Nicotina's cameo.
Oh, this is where Nicotina comes in.
Yeah.
We've been getting calls about a disturbance
Oh,
of a
wow.
hooded man wearing a white mask and a black puffer jacket. And
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't even know that it was like. Yeah,
he's Harvey Bullock.
That's funny.
And so, what else was there to film? We also had So yeah, we had this shot right here, which was set at like, and also like this party. Oh my god, it hurts to look at it because of the pixelating, and also just
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's just like there's only so much you could do. I mean, you have to have like these expensive cameras and good lighting to make anything look fucking good. I
also used a scene from the Snyder Cut, like where,
I heard it. Which Junkie XL? Oh no, it's Zack Snyder debuted on the Vodka stream.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was a charity stream, not a Vodka stream. Black Mask.
They also agreed on letting Professor Pig borrow the place for him to do his experiments on innocent people.
He sounded like the Techno Union Army.
So
That's pretty
just
cool.
knocks him out.
Yeah.
And then, what else is there to show?
Yeah, what else you want to? Well, I mean, you could show your reveal as Robin.
Yeah, I mean, the Robin.
Cool way to end the movie right there.
It is. So like, okay,
superhero landing.
Yeah. Fun fact is that the person right there isn't even the same person in the suit that we see right here.
Oh, okay.
That's just Eli standing in.
Oh, okay. Hey, you know what? Again, that's what you got to do to get the freaking shot, right?
Yep.
I mean, I do like the choice of mask that you cowl that you use for.
Yeah, it was like heavily like based off the. It was. I got it from like this company that is no longer around, and it was based off like the Justice League War, like those New 52 animated movies, and I just really loved that cowl. Except it like you can like it was ripped apart in like some of the while we were filming that scene with Batman in my bedroom. No pun.
Better than Batman in your basement. Anybody? All right. Hey, Chris got it. And I think, we get it right. Animated series.
Yeah, we get it.
Right.
William, you get it
every
right.
Thursday night.
Yeah.
Also, like, because that mask got ripped apart, and I was like, "Fuck!" And so, but don't worry, I got it fixed again. So, like,
no, it's a good. I mean, what I like about that mask. I like that. I do like the chin
strap. Yeah, not a lot of people like the chin strap.
I like it, and I like the fact that you can actually see his ears also in like the cowl too. Like you see the indentations of the ears. I don't know. There's just something just kind of cool about. I don't know. I dig that cowl.
It's got a nice aesthetic to it. So like, and there's the end of the movie.
Nice.
Yes.
Well, good work, man. I mean, I enjoyed watching it. Like I said, it took me back to when I was making short films, and I can understand, like I said, the struggles of lighting and audio and stuff like that. But you told a good story. You had some good shots. Like I said, that battering shot was really you accomplished that, and the fact that I didn't even know that there was a cardboard box that you stuck that thing in. That's cool movie magic right there.
Yeah, cheers. And like there was also a lot of stuff I had to cut out. Like Nightwing was meant to be in the scene where I meet Barbara, but like my cousin was. It doesn't exist. But like,
you sure?
Like Nightwing was meant to be in that scene, but like my cousin was like in America, so like I had to like fucking, make some adjustments to that, and fuck yeah.
Well, I mean that's the thing too, and and again, just going back to when I was, it's very difficult to get something like this done when you have multiple actors and people who are not, obviously you're not paying them to be there. I remember like one of the I did a poker movie. It was like this is like a decade and a half ago or something like that. I wanted to make this poker movie that was like a whodunit, but with a poker game kind of thing. And I had to like have 5-6 people and a cameraman. And it's not easy to do that. It's not easy to get people together and try to like figure it out.
No, it's not.
And there was like some workarounds that I had to do because I had this girl that was like, she was like an inspiring actress. And I think she didn't realize that this was not really that a real thing. And so she showed up for the first day and then we tried to get her back and she was like, just totally ignored my phone calls. So I had to like do a workaround where I was like, wait, okay. So in the game, she was supposed to get out. She was supposed to get removed from the game, like lose, go all in and then lose all her chips. She was supposed to be the second character to do that, but I had to rearrange it to make it the first character because she didn't show back up for all the stuff. Yeah, it's always a pain in the ass.
It's easy.
Yeah, it's not that easy. Yeah. But I mean, but when
it's actually pretty hard to find a girl because I didn't go to like I just went to an old boys school, so
somebody get that drop. It's actually pretty hard to find a girl.
Oh, relax.
I know. It's fine. No, but I mean, no, I get what you're saying, but it's like, and then he's going back and talking about like Travis and the Geekverse guys, Kirkland and Taylor, is when it came to their movie, a lot easier because they're not in public locations. First off, it was all like in the wilderness and it was just them. And like, I think Taylor's wife or one of their wives was also like another character. So it was like 4 people that they needed to worry about, very easily done. And of course, when 3 of them are like trying to accomplish this movie, just makes it easier to just be like, okay, there's not a big cast. We're all in this and we're trying to do this. I'm not saying it was like an easy thing to do. Obviously not. I mean, talking to them, I mean, there's some things in there. I'm like, Jesus Christ, that must have been a pain in the ass. That must have been a pain in the ass. And sure enough, it's a pain in the ass. There's a lot of things that are a pain in the ass when you're trying to make something. And yeah, but no, I commend you, Axel.
Yeah, I was going to add a post-credit scene with Red Hood, but I was like, no, I'm good. I'm not going to lead it anywhere else. So like, yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing, I mean, it would have been like a cool little like thing.
There is also a Joker laugh at the end of the credits.
Oh, who did the Joker laugh, or did you just pull that?
I just got it from like from Arkham Knight or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and a cheap move. I know.
Nice. That's all right. That's good. No, I mean, is there anything else planned? Do you have another movie?
If I ever do a sequel, it's probably just going to be storyboarded, similar to like Project Justice League or something like that.
Well, I mean, you're a good artist, so I mean, that makes...
And what's easier is I can just get like the voices back.
Yeah,
it's easier.
Exactly. There's nothing wrong with that. But I was just saying, if you had like another like idea for a movie that you wanted to do live action. Or
it's got to be live action or nothing. All right?
Yes, exactly.
No,
just if you had like an idea just for an original movie, not like based on any superheroes or anything like that.
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I mean, there's something will come down the line, but at the moment, I think like I'll eventually make one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good job. Good job.
Yeah, thank
you. Applause. Yes, good job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know it's never easy to do something like that. Go ahead, Paul.
Axel, I do want to commend you for giving more attention to Tim Drake, who I always kind of consider to be an underrated Robin, because you got Dick Grayson, he's got the whole legacy aspect. You've got Jason Todd, who's got the whole death and then the cool resurrection, Red Hood stuff. And then you've got Damian, who is like the literal son of Batman, and he's like the main Robin right now, so he's always kind of focused on. Tim Drake's always kind of been,
Tim Drake's always been there. Like he's in the Arkham games. He's like he has a shit haircut, but also like he's just like he's relegated. He's just like shafted a lot. He's in Young Justice in the show, but like even he's not really focused on. And then like I love the DCAU and stuff, but like his personality was more based off Jason Todd. It was
that's what we talked about.
Tim.
And
I
get it, of course.
But, we talked about that when Scott and I got into the Batman Adventures. It's like they weren't gonna do a Jason Todd story where it's like he's gonna get killed, he's gonna get crowbarred to death by the Joker. It's like, how do you do that? So like when you see his introduction, you know, you kind of go like, oh, that's not Tim Drake. They comboed Jason and Tim and just kind of made like one.
I also want to see more stories where Jason is Robin, like before he's killed, because I feel like he's there. We barely see that. And,
well, it's weird because, and again, most of my knowledge of DC, I do know some of the earlier stuff, but most of my knowledge is like from 86 onward, so like Crisis on Infinite Earths and stuff. But like from what I know is that he was, like, when he was first introduced, he was basically almost a carbon copy of Dick. Yeah.
Very similar origin.
Oh yeah, right. When he first got introduced,
even a fucking acrobat.
Actually,
he wasn't interesting.
Their origins are actually very intricately tied. Tim Drake was there the night Dick Grayson's parents were murdered in the circus.
Yeah.
So then Crisis happens, and then they decided to retool Jason's origin, and then they made him more of a Robin who wasn't listening to Batman, and so they kind of made him very more a gray Robin. And then that whole vote thing happened, and it was very narrow. It was only like 70 votes or so difference, and then they killed.
I was one of them.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we know.
Best thing I ever did as a 14-year-old. Absolute waste of a character, waste of a concept of a character. I wish I could get that tattooed somewhere on my bicep. That I voted. I did the 900 number. I remember getting permission from my dad to do it.
I guess
I voted to have a child murdered. Yay me!
Dad, let me
fictional character.
I commend William because honestly, I think that was the best thing for Jason Todd. I love the fact that you had Bucky Barnes doing Winter Soldier, and you had Jason Todd being Red Hood almost at the same time.
Yeah,
and
That's
and they resurrected those characters because Red Hood is now just more of an anti-hero than anything else, and I think he's a cool aspect to the Bat
He was
family.
a villain at first, but I think like since New 52 and to now, I think he's been more of like the anti-hero stuff.
Yeah, he's got rubber bullets.
Yeah,
I mean, he's conscious for putting a child in danger.
Yeah, he tries to abide by Bruce's code, but for the most part, if he needs to kill somebody, he will. And it's more of like
he's not going to think about it.
And this movie, Red Robin, like does acknowledge like if Tim Drake wasn't around, Batman would have killed someone.
Yeah.
Well, like that, and like like this basically a BVS thing. Oh, what if Tim Drake was there?
Well, no, and I appreciated that you added that aspect to the story. I mean, that is the story. It was like it's like Batman needs. He needs somebody. I mean, especially after what happened, it's like, and I think like when Zach was trying to like, I mean, again, going back to that whole thing when what Zach was trying to accomplish, but of course he was like, he didn't go Jason Todd route. Of course, Warner Brothers and the guy with the ball cap, but they wanted to go, oh, that's Jason Todd, but he was like, no, imagine if it was Dick Grayson, and it's like, oh, didn't even think about that. That would probably hurt more. Oof, So
that's a big part of Lonely Pace of Dying. Tim's literally watching like Batman descend even more brutal and just not having a direction. I'm a big fan of the Batman and Robin Eternal storyline just because it shows how each one of those Robins is a part of who Bruce is. Each one of them represents something of who Bruce is as Batman.
Yep.
And he sees himself
in Robin.
Yeah, he sees himself in each of the Robins, all of them, for sure.
That's why in like Young Justice, there's that one episode where Wonder Woman is giving crap to Batman, saying, "Why? So you just recruited? So you just?"
I love that scene.
Yeah, adopted him just to make him you, so that he wouldn't. So like,
and most Dick Grayson or Nightwing people will tell you that like. He's not, and again, this is why I love that Tom Taylor's doing the current run right now because he gets it. He understands that like Dick is the best of Bruce, and also Dick also idolizes Superman. So he's he is the opposite of like his dad figure, but he's also the best of his dad figure. Like, and he's one of the best characters in DC, which is why when Dan DiDio left DC Comics, it didn't surprise me at all that like. Nightwing became a much better character because Dan DiDio was known.
Didn't he try to get him killed off for like Forever Evil?
Infinite Crisis.
And also Forever Evil, you had his like identity revealed, and I was like, "How the fuck did you get back from there?" But they clearly retconned it or something.
Dan DiDio was known later to not have a. He doesn't have a. I don't know. He has something against sidekicks, which it shows you also why Teen Titans was so bad at
It's
that time.
legitimate too. His explanation for it is legitimate. I mean, it's most of these characters when you take over a character like that, you're taking it over for the character. And a lot of writers, I've talked to someone, the sidekick is a weakness to the integral part of the character, the solitude nature of the character. You know, and I've seen people go on either way. Me personally, I side with him. I can't stand having a sidekick for Batman unless you're just going to kill him. Unless I get to watch him get killed. But if you're going to have a sidekick, it's okay occasionally. Those sidekicks are great in Titans, Young Justice, on that. But when it comes to Batman, a lot of people who write Batman just don't want the sidekick there, and that's the majority.
William, you have a sidekick. Have Brad, remember?
No, we're being serious. But when you're talking about, if you look at the majority of runs on people, and then there's people who have opted not to write certain Batman titles and write others because those titles usually don't have a sidekick in them. Because you can go down run with Detective Comics where Robin's nowhere to be found. I mean,
I would agree with William on some things, but on the other hand, like I have read, I mean, again, I'm talking about like a single run or even like an arc. And this is, I recommend this to you guys if you haven't. I know some of you probably have. Read Dark Victory by Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale.
Got it right over there.
As for a more modern take, I always pronounce his name incorrectly, but he is the successor to Scott Snyder, but James Tynion the Fourth.
James Tynion the Fourth. Yes.
Yes, he did a whole run of basically, because this is where I find the sidekicks to be a benefit to the Bat family, because as we know, Gotham is huge. You know, I mean, granted, there's no real Gotham, so you have to kind of make it up in your head anyway. But Batman can't be everywhere. He's not Superman. So having the Bat family established, and I'm talking like Oracle being the guy in the chair, you know, having, you know, Tim Drake or Damian or Red Hood or
spoiler or Cassandra Cain or
Batwoman. She was in the run too.
Yeah, the rise and fall of the Batman,
or the Signal and Azrael and Batmite.
I think it was Detective Comics, or it was a.
You're right.
It's Detective. It's the rise and the fall of the Batman.
Yes, I had that all collected. And that is a terrific run because it is the literal Belfry. I call it the Belfry family because they're all in the Belfry. They're all with Oracle, and they're all running all parts of Gotham while Batman is going between Justice League stuff and you know, Gotham himself. And I find that to be much more useful because that's actually utilizing the sidekicks in the family.
See?
Oh wow!
Yeah, bingo.
I love how like both you and Phil are just like, we're gonna be like shot right now. And I know. I'm sure William has it somewhere too. But
but I'm okay with it temporarily. I just don't like it as a theme. Like I said, whenever they can get away from all that, that's where my preference is. And I see a lot of writers have these like some of the best runs or when he's solo. You know, there are
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
If you're talking. Yeah, if you're talking single runs, I mean, it's more fun to just focus purely on Batman and his perspective and being on the, you know, the gargoyle looking down on the city and stuff like that. But at the same time, I would also say it's still compelling to me in many different ways. And again, going back to Scott Snyder, like Death of the Family, like was a great run because Joker's like William. He's like, you're at your best when you don't have all of these idiots like surrounding you. Like I love you the most when you're just you and me. Like I don't want them in. I don't want them part of the thing anymore.
All these liabilities taken around.
Yeah, and it's great. So it's
you know what's cool too is like you know, on this yesterday on DC Fanimated, Scott and I talked about we finally went back to Gotham for like the third episode when Mr. Freeze returns, but it was just kind of cool because it was like you know, speaking of the Bat family, I mean, you get a Bat family sense in this episode because, you know, both Tim and Barbara are part of this episode. And there's like a cool like moment. I mean, it's an interesting, we had a great discussion about it because he was kind of like, I don't like what they did with Freeze. And I was kind of like, yeah, but I mean, they had to bring Freeze back. And like, I get it, like his story arc when it came to the animated world, when it came to Heart of Ice, Deep Freeze, and then Sub-Zero, the movie, it's a great story arc. But then, of course, it's like they bring him back, and now he's like crazy, just like, fuck everybody, you suck. I got everything take away from me. I'm gonna
just
take
ahead now.
Yeah, I'm just
and
a
then he
head.
comes back in Batman Beyond.
Yeah, that's the next time we see him is in Batman Beyond after this episode. So, but it was just kind of like there's a cool moment where Barbara is training in the Batcave, doing her thing, and it's kind of like but she's still like in her training she does get shot or whatever the hell, but she reached
Just
another
like Killing Joke. She gets shot there. That could be a reference. No,
I know. Yeah, but it's like it's fake stuff. It's a simulation kind of thing, and it's like so she's like proud of herself because she got a new high score. But Bruce is like, yeah, but you're dead. He's like, no, it's like doesn't matter. Yeah, you got a new high score, but you're dead. So try again, and he just basically turns on the whole simulation, and then he goes up, and Tim is like watching TV as he's like doing his homework, and he turns the TV off, and he's like, hey, I heard you when it came to your civics test or whatever, you got a low score and blah blah blah, and he's trying to be this father figure, so you're getting like a sense of like him trying to operate this Bat family. But then I love what Tim does. He turns it back on him. He's like, yeah, but the law, the whole system is fucked. And he's all, why do you say that? He's all, well, look at you. he basically just goes, well, look at what you do. You don't exactly believe in due process, buddy. And it was just like a cool little moment. And I'm like, okay, so if we're going to see more of that with like Bat family, especially in like the DCU, if we're going to have some kind of Bat family thing in there, it's like, yeah, moments like that where it's like,
and I also hope if sorry to cut you off there, but like also like I hope like if Tim Drake does get adapted, James Gunn, I'm right here. No, I'm kidding. Like I hope that he actually is a character and not just like just like a caricature of what like he's been like portrayed as like recently, like because in like 2 years ago he was outed as bisexual, which I heavily related to, and I was like, oh damn, this could be, now I gotta make this movie. But like also just like I hope that like he also just has some character development as well, because you got a lot of people in the Bat family, and
I think if they could again, if like this DCU, what I like about it is like they're not just starting from scratch where they're just trying to like do origin. If they're already going to have like an established world and you have an established Batman world, the challenge is going to be, okay, I mean, you can have Nightwing, you can have Red Hood, you can have a Robin, which is Tim Drake, and so you could have all three of them as part of this whole story. And then of course and just you could have, they're all three different characters. Now how do you explain that to the audience that doesn't know?
Oh, it's very easy.
Challenge.
It's very easy. You have Dick Grayson as Nightwing, you have Jason Todd as Red Hood, and then you have Tim as Red Robin, and then you have Damian as the newly formed Robin.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I'm
like,
so
how do you
right
explain
now?
that?
You confuse the heck out of me. Sorry, can't be.
Yeah, but it's like, but to throw that out there and be like, and kind of just because they're always gonna try to like how do they explain like these characters to the audience?
Oh, sure, yeah.
And they could just take the lazy approach and just be like, oh, there was only been a Robin, which was Dick Grayson, and now Damian. That's all it is.
That's what those New 52 movies did, which I do love. But like, also, I was just a bit weirded out.
I didn't like how they glossed over Jason and Tim in those movies. That kind of bothered me a little bit. I like the Young Justice approach a little bit more. That was very
because they haven't really like we know Jason is there. It's implied that he's that one red-hooded ninja that's alongside Ra's al Ghul.
True.
So if
you see a hologram,
hologram
into the Hall of Justice. So
and he's name dropped in like season 4 by Oracle.
Yeah.
So
everyone has a favorite Robin and stuff like that. So make sure that there's focus on all of them if that's the case. My brain immediately went to like a Sound of Music thing where there's just like Batman do like a whistle and a roll call, and I was like, that'd be like the worst thing you could do in the movie. Because none of the Robins would like that on any level. Would want to follow that. Yeah,
and it's kind of like understood, but I love what they did with the relaunch of Green Arrow, that first issue. You don't realize how much Green Arrow's even had an effect on, has a similar kind of family growth that similar to Batman.
Yeah.
I mean, he does have the Arrow Cave, so there's that.
Yeah. The
I mean,
Airmobile. Yeah.
I joke because I do love Green Arrow, but everyone does make the joke that he's a poor man's Batman, and that's kind of to a degree semi-true. But at the same time, there's many good runs of Green Arrow though that I've loved and everything.
But I love that line when he's didn't come up with a contingency plan for Green Arrow, and he says, "I just shot this at that point. Contingency plan, yeah, okay."
The one thing that surprises me, Tom Taylor did a really good joke in the Injustice universe, and I'm actually surprised it wasn't made like official canon or they had it changed over. But like, I think Green Arrow brings Harley back to the Arrow.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Yep.
And she's like, why don't you call it the Quiver? And he was like, God damn it, that's actually good. And then they never go back to it.
Yeah. Oh man. I remember reading that while I was at work for like a solid week. That was my in-between call reading list. I was reading all of Injustice from Tom Taylor to Brian Buccellato. I read all of it. It was fantastic. And I remember that joke. That was fucking hilarious.
Yeah. I'm gonna be dead honest. Like don't get me wrong, I love the games Injustice 1 and 2, but I would argue that the Tom Taylor comic, because it was so well written, shockingly good, like well written.
Yeah.
It helped keep that fan base alive between the games coming out and everything, because it's just way better than you would actually expect. So
100%.
It's just funny. You listen to Tom Taylor. For his entire life, he's always wanted to just write Superman. And his first shot at writing Superman, he's evil.
I met Tom Taylor once. It was when he was doing that Spider-Man run.
The friendly neighborhood, I think.
Yep. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I haven't read that yet, but I heard it's good.
He's
I
quote
can
tweeted.
also Go ahead.
I was just gonna say when I was on Twitter, he's like chimed in. We've had like exchanges here and there. He's a nice guy. He's a real nice guy.
Yeah,
but,
some people don't like his work, and I'm like, his work is fine.
Well, 9 times out of 10, they're probably confusing him for Tom King.
Yes,
that's what it is. Probably.
So much
a lot of
so
people don't like
they have
Tom
a fun
King,
back and forth with that.
Yeah, Tom King and Tom Taylor have actually made similar profile pictures with hats because it was a running joke for a while.
People are getting confused. That's what it is.
However, started the whole bowl cap thing.
No.
I know some fans were getting kind of with him here and there, though, and I think it was partly his own identity as a writer, because he basically got famous in the writing world for doing Injustice Superman, and then he basically wanted to kind of counteract that and show that he could do stories that weren't really fucked up, and like were more. I mean, his Suicide Squad run is really good too, but I would argue that like Nightwing is probably his most wholesome run in terms. I mean, he's also a wholesome character.
It is, but the thing with Tom Taylor's background is like he's one of these savants in the sense of like a Renaissance man, because he's written plays, he's done TV, he's done been awarded lots of awards for his children's show, and so he kind of came to comics later, from doing all that. Yeah,
well, that's I mean, listen, it's happened before. I mean, Paul Dini, I think, did the shows first, and then he started writing the Batman comics.
He also helped write like the Arkham games, like only 2.
Yeah. Well, and it shows when he left, because Arkham Knight didn't have his involvement, and you can argue that the Arkham Knight game is nowhere near as good a story as Arkham Asylum. Or Origins is at least like it's entertaining. Night. I have many issues with Arkham
and then
Knight.
We have Suicide Squad Kill the No,
that game, Axel, that game didn't come out, right?
It came out, and
I'm joking. I know
that game's dead. Holy shit! I've never seen a game die that quickly.
I love Tom Taylor's Nightwing stuff. I do. I've read. What issue am I up to now? 87 or 88. I'm actually quite behind, because I know he's far past that now, but it's a great run. I do think, though, my favorite run from him is probably Deceased.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No,
either that or what was it?
Dark Knights of Steel. Highly recommend Dark
Knights of Steel is fucking phenomenal. I will agree with Chris on that. 100%. That is a great book.
I'm waiting for that to. I mean, I've read it all in Singlish. I'm waiting for that to get. I think it's fully collected now.
The first half, I think I don't know about the second half.
Yeah,
both of them are okay.
Both of them are out there. It probably is going to go the same route as everything, deluxe edition, and then probably absolute.
Right. Yeah, like I know Tom King's Human Target, which I really enjoyed. That took a while to come out.
Good.
Yeah,
phenomenal
that was
art.
fun.
That was good. Yeah.
I prefer Tom King when he does the
Short.
the shorts and the
Yep.
minis and it's concentrated to one story. I've heard his Wonder Woman is actually pretty good though. I think people are actually really enjoying
Same
it.
with
but
its Strange Adventures too.
Yeah, but again, that was a 12-issue mini.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So
they're
So
letting
he's good
Tom
in
go-
short bursts, you're saying?
Huh?
He's good in short bursts.
He's good in short bursts. Exactly.
Yeah, they're letting Tom kind of go very political with Wonder Woman, and so he's getting to spread his wings a little bit with that. But
Okay.
Miracle Man, another great, great
very good.
miniseries.
Yep.
You mean Mr. Miracle or
Mr. Miracle? There we go, Mr. Miracle.
Yeah, I thought
Mr.
like
Miracle.
There is because there is he was called Marvel Man.
Marvel Man, yeah.
And then
yeah.
they retitled him Miracle Man,
Miracle
and
Man.
that's how when you buy the books now, that's what he's titled as basically. But it was from Eclipse and Alan Moore and all that. But yeah, sorry, you got to get it all gets.
But guys, I'm just saying, like, you know, when you write a Batman story, you know, it's yours and it's no one else's. And you could sue if somebody makes another Batman story that is similar to yours. Oh my god!
That's a transition, man.
Dude, I was like waiting for it. I was waiting for it, and I'm like, we're talking a lot of Batman and stuff like that. I'm like,
just real quick,
writers and everything, and guess you know this whole Batmangate thing, and this was
they came up with a Batmangate. My God, I saw that on your preview. I was like, wait a minute, they already gated this.
Yeah. Dude, yeah, no. Like I made a video about this when it first came out,
like a year ago. Yeah,
a Batmangate video, and I just totally shat on the whole thing because I'm like, this is absolutely ridiculous. You were claiming that they ripped off your story that has Batman taking on the Riddler. What? He took on the Riddler?
And also Gordon being the only good cop. What else is there? Riddler being a fucking murderer.
No Man's Land. I don't know.
Oh man, I think this guy invented. I think he invented Batman. Oh, God.
Yeah, I think he probably did. But
I'll do you one better. I'll do you one better. Imagine having Wozniak on your stream and then totally buying into his bullshit, just as like some kind of dig, just as like some kind of dig at Matt Reeves for doing something you didn't want him to do. Just imagine being that much of a clown.
Because it's not Zack Snyder's Batman, even though Zack Snyder would not condone or support anything that you were actually doing. Stop it, my God! But it's so funny because like what happened is like it was like. The judge, they was like, hey, nope, this is not the infringement or whatever the hell. But then they put it back on him. And like, you realize you did it because you wrote a story that you were not legally supposed to do. So actually you did copyright infringement. How dare you? That's so hilarious that it got turned around onto him. And you know what's funny is if you actually, because you know what's funny? He actually follows me on Twitter. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, really? I remember that.
No, he's followed me on Twitter ever since I like talked about it because he was trying to get support and he was like hoping to get support from all these, you know.
Yeah, I remember it was you and I think also Poindexter Lounge. He was trying to get like he was trying to get support from.
Hear me now, support me.
Oh yeah, he was trying to get people to do that, and I was actually shocked that he still is following me, especially after like. You know, and back in the end of 2022 or whenever the hell it was, I mean, I can't believe it was actually that long. It felt like it was actually last year, but I'm actually shocked that he was still following me. He's still following me to this day. He does not have Batmangate in his Twitter handle anymore. He removed that. He removed that a while ago because I think he realized, yep, I tried.
So you're saying it was in his profile.
Yeah,
this isn't going the way you think it's going to go.
No, and he was trying to like get, you know, he got support. He didn't he have like a GoFundMe, and it was trying to do all that.
Probably.
Yeah,
trying to be like,
did he get countersued?
I remember he even made like a YouTube video like explaining all of the similarities. I'm like, this just sounds like a regular Batman thing. And look, I'm not a fan of the Batman, but like even I'm not that.
No. Yeah.
Really? And look, there have been cases where like, hey, like, you know, in the Raimi Spider-Man movies, like that was James Cameron's idea to have him with organic webbing. So I was like,
yeah, no, it's like you can't.
Yeah, but also at
like,
the same time,
you can't like with these characters that have been around for decades. You can't claim that that you know, if you come up with some kind of story, like I could sit here and we can all just brainstorm and come up with a Batman story and be like, oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, we've never seen that or blah, blah, blah. But we can't sit there and go, and then all of a sudden if we see it 3 years from now, like, hey, and we get into like a Zoom call. Guys, remember this one time we were talking about it on the Vodka stream. I was like fucking, a bottle deep in wine, but still, I'm like, we're spitballing about this Batman story and they fucking took it from us.
Hey, Dave, I think Netflix is gonna buy the Snyderverse, and if that happens, it's gonna be on me.
It's going to be on there.
How did this
like we can't expect like
Actually, it's going to be on.
We don't own these characters.
I heard that announcement is happening on Monday.
Oh,
I heard the Aya cut was meant to come in 2022. Oh wait, we missed it.
It was imminent.
Yeah.
Imminent.
Guys, it's gonna rain
from somebody who actually gave Wozniak a fucking platform to talk about his. Anyway,
you guys remember when Wonder Woman was supposed to show up at Full Circle?
Oh yeah.
No, that we're getting the Emerald cut. Remember that?
Oh, there's that always was a weird one for me. It's like, okay, so you want a Snyder cut of the Snyder cut? Like he was always like one of those things. Like, no, you can't just inject that back in there. Anyways, I don't know.
No.
How did this make it in front of a judge? That's my thing.
That's a great question. How did this make
this?
This
should have never This lawsuit should have been dismissed right at the outset. It should have never even been entertained. Should have never been entertained. I thought this was when I first heard people bringing this up. I actually thought it was a joke because I didn't think any credible court or judge would ever entertain it because there's no case. There was never a case.
But nowadays, just like you have to do that. So, you just like, hey, you do that. But I love, what Matt Reeves. Did you see? Like Matt Reeves had to like obviously get involved with it, and he just basically like gave away like his whole. We don't have to read the whole thing, but like he had to like put in there. He's like, put his declaration of it. Just basically saying like, I'm the writer, director, producer, motion picture, and he just goes over this whole thing. And he just talks about his writing process. He talks about reading Ben Affleck's script, of course, and just what all happened and everything. And yeah, it's just that sucks that Matt had to like actually do that, But this guy was like really trying to push for it. And I don't know, like when it came out, we all just kind of went like, this is stupid.
We knew this 2 years ago.
You can read Matt Reeves' entire script for the Batman online.
No, I'm sure. Yeah.
If I were a studio, I'm gonna X out his name and put my name on it.
Yeah. Exactly.
If I were a studio, there's nothing that can get out of it, but I'd absolutely destroy this guy. I would absolutely legally and just make him disappear like a stain on the grass, just so the next guy, just so that everybody watching
set a message.
Because this should have never even got to the point where it was in a courtroom because there's no case, and the reason why there's no case is the first thing that a judge or your own lawyer should ask you: how much of what you're doing is based on so and so. And if the answer is, do you own that? Well, no. Well, I'm going to have to leave right now. In fact, let me go get my coffee and never come back because I'm not representing you because I don't want to look like a fool. This was. I'm really surprised that a judge had to chime in on this. It
was funny because like I remember just like every now and again I just go, man, whatever happened to Batmangate, But it's funny because. I haven't thought about that in a long time. And then all of a sudden this came out today and it was like, oh, yep, it's been dismissed. There's no case here. And in fact, we're actually going to reverse it onto Mr. Wozniak and be like, actually, you copyright infringed because of what you were doing. Because apparently you pitched an idea that you just kind of came up with something and you weren't tasked to do that and had the, you had the, I guess you could say like the right, or they didn't give you to like they didn't ask you to do that. You just pitched something.
No, you weren't solicited. You weren't.
Yeah,
solicited
there you go. That was the word I was looking for. They didn't solicit you to do that. So therefore, it's like technically you were doing the copyright infringement. And it's just that's what made me laugh the most when I saw this. It's like, oh wow, they turned it back on him.
I'm like, you're paying for the court costs. You're paying for this day in court. You're paying for everything. I'm like, get out of here.
Like you wasted my weekend. Get out of here.
All because of Batman. I'm like, really?
We were supposed to have Good Friday off, and look what happened.
And it's funny because how many scripts do DC Studios all now, and then Warner Brothers, how many scripts did they get of a Batman script? They get probably tons sent to them, and they probably just throw them out.
Because you can't send it in with they that's what gets them in trouble. They can't even open it up. Like in the sense that they have to throw that away, because then they can claim that they read it, took their work at that point. So that's why you get like people with demo tapes and things like that. They don't even touch those.
Yeah, they have to just like throw them out immediately without even looking.
They do not accept that kind of stuff. You have to be commissioned.
So I mean, so then this guy just decides to go like, hey, you know what? I this was my story, and then all of a sudden he watches the Batman and goes, wait a minute, I had similar things. Batman grappling gun. What the hell? You know,
Riddler and Joker. What?
Corruption, all kinds of. I mean, it's just read Batman Year One.
They even had that line. Look out there, sweetheart.
It's like,
good God.
Yeah, you know. So that was a good laugh to have.
He belongs in Arkham. Let's just say.
he might need to get.
I invented Batman. Yeah, you belong in the Arkham subreddit.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about the Penguin trailer? I haven't been on the stream in a while.
Yes,
good. Looks phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm excited about it.
And hearing Colin Farrell talk about it, which is always great, you know. Like recently, he just talked about it. He said it's dark, it's twisted. I mean, he even said like, you know, it's gory. It's, I mean, like I'm kind of going like, are they making this like pretty much an R-rated? Yeah. You know, and I hope so. Just fuck it, whatever. Just make it R-rated now. You know, nowadays, like who gives a shit? Just
seriously. Like it's like we've had enough of the colors. Go back to the dark.
Yeah.
Sorry.
His whole speech is basically an homage to, you know, like American Gangster. You know, is like he looked up to Bumpy at that point, and much like, you know, Oz is looking up to the guy he's looking up to at that point. He wants that recognition, and he's always had the chip on his shoulder for obvious reasons. So this is the rise of the the rise of the freaks have begun.
Yeah.
So actually, I think I don't know if it's going to play into it, but it probably will. The guy he's talking about, I Googled it, and that's the Lion. That's one of the gangsters that existed before the freaks took over Gotham, basically.
It's Selina's real life father.
Yeah, in current continuity. In this continuity, in this continuity, it's Carmen Falcone, like it is in Long Halloween, I believe. But
right.
So, but still, like it's the same idea. Like, all right, he's the Lion. Fuck it, I'll be the fucking Penguin. You want me to be the Penguin? I'll be the Penguin. Like, you know, because he's embracing his badge of honor or whatever you want to call it.
And you have to wonder, is his rise going to involve some kind of work with Salvatore Maroni, whom Carmine Falcone screwed over just to get where he was at?
And
that shot
played by Clancy Brown.
Exactly.
That shot where like he visits him in prison.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see that shot of them like, you know, sitting at the table. I'm like, oh god.
Yeah. So you know what that also could potentially set up? Room for a fresh young DA to come and try and shut this shit down.
What?
Gee, I wonder.
And you know he's coming.
Oh yeah.
Ding ding ding.
Harvey Dent. And you know, how are we feeling about Boyd Holbrook possibly being Harvey Dent? I like it.
Before Holt was Lex Luthor, he was my choice for Two-Face, but
no. I'm gonna go with
no, it was my choice.
I'm just saying I'm gonna go with a no on that.
Yeah, well, it's my opinion.
That's great.
But he's saying no.
I'm kind of mixed because I like that actor, but I haven't seen him do enough, I guess, in my opinion. I liked him a lot in Logan. I thought he was really good in Logan. But
he was a good villain in Logan. He was in Sandman as well.
He was also in that awful Predator movie.
Oh yeah, he was in the last Predator movie.
Right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That.
Yeah.
Was so
not Prey, but he's the Predator. You mean?
Oh yeah, that's right. I forget that Prey.
The Predator.
The one
he
before
definitely's got the cocky arrogance that Harvey does have. Like he plays a lot of arrogant people.
I
think he can pull it off.
Yeah, I want there to be, because the best thing you can do if you're not already Two-Face is you have to show, like, why Aaron Eckhart works so well as Harvey in Dark Knight is because you see enough of his brightness. You know, you see the darkness going underneath, but if Boyd is a good enough actor, I've only seen him play these villainous parts, so I hope he
Gary's
can
right.
show.
He was in Narcos too as a
he was in
guy.
Narcos.
Oh, Narcos, Jesus! I still have to go.
I
through that show,
I haven't
but I've heard
watched that
it's
show, so I don't know.
Yeah, but show Harvey to be this bright light, or this guy that wants to make, or who's persevering for that light, and then of course it's Gotham, and it doesn't go the way he expects. So
yeah,
but do we want to see his transformation into Two-Face in this one or the third one? Third one, right?
I think it could go one way or the other, because obviously, famously in comics lore, Salvatore Maroni is the one who scars Harvey Dent.
Yeah.
And if there is a trial for Salvatore Maroni in the Penguin show, you could do it there, or you could even do it in Batman Part 2. I think and that's all under the assumption that this character is even in this show or in Part 2
or the movie.
Yeah, exactly. And so
I'm doubting either, but that's just that's.
I can see them ending the movie with the scarring at that point, and it just cuts before
Definitely.
you even get to see it.
Definitely
you get to see his face.
Like I like Boyd Holbrook. I think he's a solid choice. The second time you'll have a blonde Harvey Dent, but that's besides the point. It's just a funny.
They could darken his hair.
Oh, sure. I'm not saying one way or the other, but I think he's a solid choice. I was actually kind of leaning towards John David Washington, kind of bringing it back to a Billy D. Williams kind of.
I remember Oscar Isaac was a lot of people's choice.
Yeah.
I remember before the first Batman, in 2019, he was cast as a role in the movie, but he wasn't in it. So I was thinking, what the?
It was a rumor. He was rumored to be in it.
Rumored
to get a role. Just like that movie's apparently set to start shooting in April of next year. Bullshit, Jeff Snyder. Sorry.
I just anytime I see his name,
he should play the Vulture, Jeff Snyder. Sorry.
No, he should play a rat catcher rather.
I can't. Anytime I get that sent to me, I'm like, and then anytime I have to mention it on the show, I just go, I don't like the source. Just don't like the source. The guy is
that's the bad Snyder. He's the one who shall not be named.
Chris has got it right. He's the bad Snyder.
Schneider.
We don't talk about that.
His last name is the same as Dan Schneider. So, anyways,
there you go.
Okay.
Full circle.
Well played.
I'm not trying to say anything when it comes to that. I'm just saying it's.
I'm only 2
Zack
episodes
Snyder,
in.
And then there's Schneider.
They're both hyperbole aggressive, so wouldn't at all shock me.
Yeah, I don't like it. But
who knows if the other one's into Fate anyway?
Yeah. I mean, there's all that, but so I just kind of take I take anything with a grain of salt, obviously. 100%. But I do have my rankings of okay, I can maybe trust this one a little bit more than, but he's at the very end after that meltdown that he had years ago with the whole.
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, and then you just see the arrogance of. I don't know. I just don't. I just do not like that guy. So I just I'm a little biased when he starts talking about certain things. And I'm not. We have to come up with a database of when it comes to these scoopers and just kind of being like, what's her batting average? Right. Because nobody's batting 0, nobody's batting 1,000. So we have to figure it out. Maybe one of these days we could figure, something out or something like that. It's just what's the batting average of these scoopers? All the people that put information out there, no matter what. I mean, I could even be in that category too. How things that I've heard, how if they've been.
Yeah, but you don't make your business as Scoops, Dave.
No, I don't want to. I just always go I heard this. Who knows? But some people are like, oh yeah, I definitely said this, I heard this is what's happening and blah, blah, blah. And it's I
will say that the things you have confided into me behind closed doors have turned out to be true.
Hey, I know. And I think I have trustworthy sources when I actually have something like that, because I'm not constantly trying to find something. I'm just when I hear something, I'm okay, that's something right there, but I'm not trying to be a scooper. I don't want to be a scooper. Nope. Fuck that. I hate the scooper game. It's gross.
Yeah, me too.
Fucking hate that shit. It's a gross game. It's slimy. It's, and then people just come up with shit. I mean, you have so many sites out there that are just constant bullshit. They just put it out there because
they call them broken clock scoopers.
Because they think they got this
broken clock. There you go. I like that. That could be right twice. Yeah.
It's between them and the trades too, because you have the scoopers and then you have the trades who were once credible, but for the most part, in a lot of cases, aren't. so where you get your information from, it's kind of tough. It's almost like you have to
Well, I
wait
mean,
to hear from the people.
Even the Hollywood Reporter kind of screwed up and tried to say that, what's the actress's name, was in Superman Legacy, and then it wound up not being true. Palm Clementif. Like, they tried to say she had a role in the movie, and then James Gunn was like, "Yep, nope, that's not at all true." And I'm surprised this is coming from the Hollywood Reporter. So
Variety, a lot of them are
Deadline, even Deadline.
Yeah.
Don't trust the rap. Never trust the rap.
Never trust the rap. Never trust the rap. Scoopy Pants runs that where like has a
Murdo hasn't had those DC scoops. They've kind of shut him down.
Yeah, I know. It's like he's kind of disappeared, which I love.
Yeah,
because I love the fact that he's kind of disappeared, which is great. But yeah,
are we talking about that guy that was like part of the rap or whatever it's called or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's simple because his source was Jeff Johns, and Jeff Johns doesn't work for Warner Brothers anymore. So there you go.
Yeah.
Hey, the Giants won. Sorry.
No worries.
Boo.
Yeah.
That's what you love to hear. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they lost yesterday, so
I don't watch soccer, so
it's baseball. Anyways.
Yeah. They'll be looking up for the rest of the season. That's fine.
Hey, all eyes are on your team, William. I'm just saying.
Right.
Yeah, if the Dodgers don't win the World Series, people are going to be like,
"What?" That's what else. I mean, this is more augmented, obviously, for obvious reasons. But every year, and like I said, they finally got a decision or a team that even Dave Roberts can't out and mismanage. He just basically needs to stay down in the dugout and
just let it happen.
That's how they won. They won in 2020 because the team was so good.
Full on baseball talk. I mean, the fact of the matter is the Dodgers almost spent $1 billion on the offseason for their team.
Yeah,
so I'm like,
all
eyes on them, and I'm like, Giants, they are rebuilding. They are just whatever. So I'm like, hey, no eyes on my fucking team. I'm just glad that they won today, right now. I'm good. Every little win, I'm gonna be like, yes, but I don't expect them to make a run. So, anyways, enough of that baseball talk. I just have to, because Dodgers, I have a lot of Dodger people in my life, so I have to, give the business, to them. So it's all good.
So but anyway, Chad, I know he's a Dodgers fan.
Yeah, he actually hasn't been in the chat, but yeah, he's a Dodger fan. Yeah. Both my parents are Dodger fans. It's like,
what happened to you? But yeah,
I'd say try to convert me. Did you guys see that picture I posted of
Ghostbusters?
Yeah, the Ghostbuster when I got the Ghostbusters firehouse. Oh yeah, there's a Dodgers hat right on top of it. That is my dad's hat, right on top of it. It was the '89. So I think that Christmas was 88. I think it might have been 88. Or 89. I think it was 88 because I think that hat was a gift to him because that's when they won the World Series and then
it would have been 88.
88. What?
88.
Yeah. So I think that was the Christmas of 88. So that's why that hat was there because I think that was
and Ghostbusters was like summer of 89, right?
Yeah. So I think that was. Yeah. That was Christmas '88 when I got that firehouse. I already had the Ecto 1, so I had everything. But yeah, I was like, my mom sent me that. Look what I found. I was like, oh shit. Like, all right, I'll post it. So good times. Jeez. It was funny too because that's when I lived in Washington. So I was like, trying to remember. I was like, oh, that house. Yeah, there was like that little nook right there. We had all our movies. Right around the corner, there was the staircase, the front door, there was a bathroom right there, the kitchen was right there. I was like remembering that house. That brought me back. I was like, geez. Yeah, my mom's been going through like old pictures and sending them to. There was more, but I just was like, I'll post that one. But there was more. I was like, yeah, like I'm not gonna post too much.
Yeah, these are all staying in the vault, but I'll post this one.
She sent me one where I think for my birthday, I got the Ecto 1 copter. So like it wasn't, I don't even think, maybe it was in the real Ghostbusters. I think it was in the real Ghostbusters, but there was like a single person copter that I think Ray only like flew. And I remember getting that and for show and tell for kindergarten. I was like, look at this. So she had like a picture of me like showing it off and my teacher. And I was like, holy shit. I shit you not. My teacher's name was Mrs. Old. Her last name was Old. And she was old. And I just remember just like I was seeing, I was like, holy shit, that's Mrs. Old. She's like, yep. I was like, oh my God, that's fucking funny because I'm like, you know, she was old and it's just, it was a funny thing. But yeah.
Wow. That's funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It sounds like, because I mean, as far as I know, they've never had an ectocopter in the live action stuff.
No.
That sounds like they were trying to compete with the Ninja Turtles and their turtle blimps and all
Oh,
of those
yeah.
things.
Oh yeah.
Dude, they put so much in that cartoon to sell toys. Oh my God.
Yeah.
And you know, somebody like me was like, I gotta have it. We had Ray wore a red suit. I have to have that figure. You know, it's like one of those things. There's like, no matter what. I mean, that's
right.
Obviously, that's part of the business is like, I mean, and it could be a bad part because look what happened when it came to Batman Returns, where it's like, hey, we have to sell Happy Meal toys. What are you doing, Tim Burton? We're not going to bring you back because we need something lighter. You literally had Penguin bite someone's nose off. We can't sell toys with that. And they tried.
You could have the nose in the Happy Meal, you know. You just have, and in one of them, you'd
just
have,
right there in the fries.
You know, and the other one, you'd have just Penguin's head, and you combine them both, and you know, you gotta keep them coming back. You gotta get the full set.
Yeah,
I'm just
Batman
trying to.
Forever. They went all out with McDonald's.
Those glasses. Oh
Dude,
my God!
I remember there's like an ad with Alfred just drinking like Pepsi or Coke, probably Pepsi. 'cause it's
Coke,
like
Coke.
Okay, but like also like just dude, they went full out with that shit. It was crazy.
Yeah. I had so many of the Batman Forever toys. Like I had the cave, I had the 3-piece Batwing, Batmobile, Batboat set where you would get the bottom insertion piece, and it would either be the boat or the Batmobile, or you just add the wings on the sides. Like
I remember that. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I had so many toys from Batman Forever and Batman and
These
Robin.
glasses were kick ass, man.
And
Those
I had
glasses were awesome.
2 of those. Those are great.
Look at those
That's
things.
what they call merchandising.
And then you
merchandise.
Look at the Riddler's upside down handle.
That's the one I had.
Handles were some of the best part of it.
Yeah.
Don't drop it.
Is that Two-Face? That's Two-Face, yeah.
That's Two-Face. And you actually have the Hall of Justice on here if you look close enough.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's the whole handle is his coins.
Yep.
So yeah, they went all out with this one. And this one was,
did.
I really enjoyed this movie. I mean, like I said, the next one was kind of garbage, but this one was one of my favorites out of the original.
I like it better than Batman Returns. I always will.
I thought Batman Returns. Yeah. I actually, as a kid, not as an old guy, as a kid, fell asleep in that movie. That movie bored me. That movie bored me to death.
I like Batman Returns, but Batman Forever just I don't know. Just I don't know. Even though we didn't get the full cut as what we should have gotten, and I still hope one of these days we get that Schumacher cut. I'm totally all for that. But with the way that we, you know, that the version that we have now, I just enjoy it. I mean, it's like it was, yeah. And when it came to Batman and Robin, it went to full on like Batman 66,
super
modern day. But
I shall cancel the pizza.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, but Batman Forever still had an ounce of seriousness that I was like, oh shit. And Val Kilmer was just a fucking awesome Batman, and especially an awesome Bruce Wayne.
Yep.
I mean, that's the thing. Is like I always say, like, yeah, he's a good Batman, but his Bruce Wayne, top notch, man. I mean, his Bruce Wayne was fucking awesome. I always say his Bruce Wayne's better. His Bruce Wayne is better than Michael Keaton's Bruce Wayne. And it's up there with Ben Affleck and Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne, because you have to have that distinction between the two characters.
You got the debonair. Val Kilmer's got debonair attitude.
Dude.
They should have stopped there, though. But that movie made so much money on a lot of different levels.
Yeah.
That they just went right into 4.
Yeah.
But
for
I
me,
remember
as a
waiting
kid,
outside in the rain to watch that midnight showing when I was super young.
Wow.
At this old theater in the town I used to live in. We waited outside in the rain for that midnight showing. That was when it was midnight showings. I love it now that it's like, hey, it comes out this day. Well, technically it does come out.
Afternoon.
Okay, so that's another thing. It's like, why are we saying that the date is actually the Friday when you can actually see the movie 3:00 the day before? Early showings are now so early now. It's like, why are we even saying
we call it a preview day? Well, if it's preview day, why does everyone get to go see it?
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Because when Dark Knight Rises came out, they did midnight showings and people got shot in the theater, and everyone still wanted to make money and not get killed.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
Late night showing.
You're not wrong.
So
Probably part of that. Yeah, that probably
Yeah.
had something to do with it. But I mean, just start saying the Thursday fucking date. Why not? I don't know if they'll ever start doing that. It's like, but it's just like, I mean, like
Dark Night shooting is why we had to have dogs and bomb sniffing and all kinds of stuff to get in that movie. This is just for our preview screening. That was, we had already screened the people and we still had to screen them a second time. And I remember a lot of the hype around Joker was a lot of curiosity. I mean, Joker ended up being a great movie, but a lot of the people who wouldn't even have, weren't into comic movies at all were getting in on that movie because of that, the specter of violence that was happening. And it kind of sucked. Like I said, they had you had to, if your name didn't match your ID when they pulled it out, you got sent back. Yep. You did not get into that movie that night. I had a lot of people pissed at me. Like, not my call, man.
The midnight showings were exciting at one point, but yeah, I mean, now that I'm like an adult, I'm so fucking happy that's not a thing anymore because I'm like, work, But when you were younger, holy shit, yeah, I didn't care. I'd wait in line. Who cares? It's late at night. Fuck
Avengers, the original Avengers movies. That was probably the most fun I had at a movie at midnight because here people were coming dressed up.
Oh yeah,
people they had in the Avengers would set up like you could buy a Captain America show right at the Palms, because they had the toys and set up midnight. It was a big deal, but it's become kind of crazy. But yeah, ever since the Dark Knight Rises, they haven't done a lot of them, especially here.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw a superhero movie at midnight, it had to have been either Man of Steel, Days of Future Past, or Age of Ultron. Those are the last few times I saw a movie at midnight. Yeah. So right after Dark Knight Rises, that makes sense.
Endgame was the last one for me.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, that one. That might have been it.
Yep. Okay. That shitty time travel explanation that they gave. Completely...
and everybody bought it.
Well, everybody was like knocking. They would knock other comic book movies and that doesn't, that doesn't make sense. But you literally made fun of your own time travel scheme in your own movie.
They should have just went to different universes.
But that's the thing is like that's what I liked about it was the fact that they were just going like, this is a ridiculous concept. Nobody has it down. Anytime you see a time travel movie, I mean, Back to the Future is so beloved. It's one of my all-time favorite movies. But at the same time, that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, like it's a great movie, but it's time travel content. In fact,
they should have just made it to where they go to different universes and stuff. That's
it wouldn't have made any sense because they wouldn't have been able to do what they needed. So,
they could have if Quicksilver was live, they could just pull the Superman stuff and just reverse the access. That makes even more sense.
The Flash, but yeah, the ancient one is explaining to the Hulk that this was bullshit, and he's like, "No, it's not." And I'm like, "Isn't time travel's not even your thing? Isn't that why you wouldn't go?" I'm like, "What are you doing?" So as soon as they went back and removed all that stuff and came back to their time, there should have been goblins and dragons and monsters, and every evil person should have been running the earth, including whoever the fuck Thor was fighting when he took the hammer from that current Thor. So what did that Thor do for the next 6-7 years? What did he fight with?
They did bring the hammer back.
Yeah, but once you removed it from the linear timeline, what's that Thor fighting with until you see him again? He's like, what?
Well, that's just it. It creates a branch timeline, then TVA comes in and clips the timeline until Thor comes in and fucking puts the hammer back.
It's also complicated. It's also complicated, but they do a good job at least to try. I mean, yeah, it could be a little wonky, but I think with Loki, they did that's what I love about Loki is like they were able to do so much where they can just like go, this makes sense, right? We have all this, but we're the ones that are trying to keep it. And then I'm like loving that Deadpool's going to incorporate the TVA.
Yep.
And so then it makes sense why he is going to be part of all this. And there's
I always laugh great. I always laugh when people are just like, it's not realistic enough. Things like that. It's a comic book movie.
Yes.
It's stop trying to make it like I'm not going to go to the movie to see how realistic it is outside of how it looks, necessarily. Yep. I'm okay. It's time travel. I already know no one's gotten time travel right. It's like someone one time came to me and said Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was the most realistic Indiana Jones out there. I said, wait a minute. That's the most realistic.
Really? I don't know about that.
And I was like, wait a minute. So you thought that the other ones were,
Well, the Ark of the Covenant did
way too much.
People. I mean, come on. Man.
Yeah.
But no, like I said, if it weren't for the fact that they're trying to explain the concept of it, and I'm like, just do the Back to the Future thing and make no sense. Just be consistent and make
It's
no
time
sense.
travel. It's
Don't
not
try
supposed to make sense.
But as Tony Stark famously put it, shit.
I mean, that's.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you invented time travel, yeah, I'd you know,
sure,
right?
But when it comes to the story, I'm like, all right, it works for me. It's fine. Like, yeah, I mean, I'll suspend it, my disbelief more than usual, and just like try to enjoy it. And like, Endgame's not as good as Infinity War by a stretch, of course, not at all.
No.
But at the same time, it was still like, okay, so how I still appreciate like the fact that it's like, okay, the way that Infinity War ended and it just shocked everybody. And that was like, whoa, I can't believe they actually did that. It's like, okay, so now how do you correct all that? And I thought Endgame did enough of a job. Do I like it that as much? No, of course not. And is it like a weak? Yeah, big time. There's things where I'm like, okay, the Fat Thor thing annoys the fuck out of me and stuff like that. Like, you know, but at the same time, it's like I get like what okay, this is that was kind of cool what they did, and especially when it came to the whole Nebula thing, and then of course like Thanos going like, okay, wait, and then that's how he was like he came to Earth like that. I'm like, all right, now I'm gonna get the and I thought that aspect of it and how they incorporated like how Thanos, this other Thanos, came to be, and like the fact that they were gonna fight him like that. I thought the way that was set up. That was cool. And how they utilized the whole time thing. I thought that worked. Yeah. The details with some of the other stuff. No. I was like, whatever. But you know, the initial core of the story, I am okay with when it comes to Endgame.
I actually really liked how when Thanos saw his own demise, he doesn't even wince. He doesn't strike. Yeah. He's not fearful of it. I'm even probably paraphrasing Chris and Brent at this point because I heard him talk about it a lot. But he's just watching it and he's just like, that is victory achieved. That is great villain work right there. 100%. Like that is beautiful
because he knows what his purpose is.
He got he won in the end. He won.
He's not he's not trying to be like, after this I'm gonna have like, all these riches and I'm gonna have like this like woman and I'm gonna create a family and blah blah blah. No, his whole purpose is to get all those stones and just write the universe, and that's it. So when he sees like his demise, he's like, yeah, okay, but I achieved what I wanted to achieve, right?
Right, because that was creative, and that's fine. They took creative license with his reasoning, because obviously that was not the reason he got those stones together. He didn't give a fuck about the universe.
Not in Gauntlet, no.
Wanted to impress death.
Yeah, right.
See, that's the thing.
Thanos is historically stupid. Thanos is historically stupid. So to see this rocket scientist, semi-genius, on my big screen, Thanos is historically stupid. And Jim Starlin created him. He didn't create a genius. He created an impulsive madman. It's what
Mad Titan. He's famously known as the Mad Titan. Right.
So he wasn't, and the way Jim Starlin wrote him, he would have never been capable of any of this because it would have never been his desire. And the whole fact that, like I said, I always say that for their own purposes, they de-Starlinized this entire story because you didn't get Adam Warlock where he would have made sense, and a lot of that stuff didn't make sense. But that was fine. But it was like, wow, I grew up reading Thanos in earlier stuff, and then when they killed him, and they only wanted Starlin to write those characters because remember, once Starlin left, wasn't writing for Marvel that much anymore. He kills all those characters in one storyline, and then he brought them all back when he started writing Silver Surfer number 34. Him and Ron Lim brought those back because they didn't want anybody else writing, and he didn't want anybody else writing them. But yeah, he brought Drax the Destroyer back. All those characters were dead, and then he brought them back for that Silver Surfer story.
Did you say Ron Lim?
Yep, Ron Lim is
Ron Lim lives in my hometown.
Oh yeah,
he's native to Sacramento.
Yeah, I met him and Jim. I have that Silver 34 when he came back signed by both of those guys.
Nice.
But yeah, Thanos was never that, and it was hilarious that when you saw that on there, it was, but it works for them. So, but yeah, he got beat by Tigra, I think. Tigra in his Thanos copter, and no shit, he was going around.
Thanos copter,
Thanos copter. That's how
Thanos right on the name of it, just to make sure everyone knew it.
Okay. Yeah, he has it on his name. I don't know why. He has some earthly headquarters, and then how he gets beat at the end of the Infinity War is the dumbest ending to a story. And I don't know whether they're just reminding you just how dumb this character is, but he's got everything, right? He's got all the stones. He's got everything. For some reason, he wants to merge with Eternity. Okay, well, I don't know what the fuck for. But wait a minute. You got your half-dead granddaughter that you just happen to be carrying around this whole fucking storyline. You leave the Gauntlet falls. She picks it. What?
It's Gauntlet.
That's your mastermind.
It's the end of Gauntlet, not War. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
And by the way, in a penny bin near you, that entire storyline.
I have that trade. I have both actually. I've got the trade of Gauntlet and Infinity War. I need Infinity Crusade.
Don't say you have the comics because you need to. Unless you have a bird, you want to line your. But that whole 1991 to 1993 with those, it was like, man. Then Infinity Watch, and it was like every other comic was Infinity something, and I'm like, oh
yeah,
stop it.
Yeah.
I remember reading Infinity Watch in passing and being like, Adam Warlock's a great character. I love Adam Warlock. And then we got him in Guardians 3, and I was like, this is Adam
That's
Warlock.
not Adam Warlock.
I know, right? That was not Adam Warlock. I was like, this is.
You got
I'm not even familiar with Adam Warlock, but I didn't even like. I really liked Guardians 3, but not him.
If there's a weak point in Guardians 3, it's Adam Warlock.
It's Adam Warlock. It's definitely
100%.
that. But we also got, we got Rhea joining right now. Hey.
Good evening, friends. How are y'all doing?
We're doing pretty good.
Fabulous.
We're just nerding out and doing all what we do.
No, very cool. Like, I think I was wrapping up work and I heard y'all talking about the Schumacher cut. And I'm super stoked about that. And I think was it this week or last week that there was like the whole Batgirl story, I guess, like popped up again, and like
because of the Bad Boys trailer.
Oh, like I
Same
guess
directors,
yeah.
But
yeah, my point is just like, wait, so they're continuing to say that it was unreleasable or whatever the proper word is for that, but I'm like, hardcore release the Batgirl hard drives. Like, I could care less if it's finished. Just let me see something. Because the cast is like gassy. The cast was like, no, dude, it's actually legit. Like, we were really, doing something here. I don't know why they don't want to finish it.
Well, I mean, you bring up a good point, Ray. Is like the fact that it's like because the same two directors that directed Batgirl, I mean, they directed Bad Boys 3. Now they're back for Bad Boys 4. So when that trailer came out and everybody's looking at some of these visuals and some of the action sequences and the cinematography, people are going like, wait a minute. Wait, this is the same guys that directed the Batgirl movie that was deemed unreleasable. And I talked about that on Film Junkie Live on Wednesday. It was like, yeah, because I'm like, I've been saying this for a bit. I'm like, these are talented dudes. They also did like the pilot episode for Miss Marvel, which is absolutely great. It's fantastic. I enjoyed the Miss Marvel series, and they set up how that was going to be with that character. And I thought it was a very good series. Their style is great. And I remember, I think it was Steven that Mr. Colbert, who and I don't know if he he posted about it a while ago, but then I don't know if he reposted or he just sent it to me because we were talking about it, was the fact that it's like they were in an interview. And they were talking about another interview during this interview where they were saying like, oh yeah, like what kind of filmmakers do you want to be? You want to be like the artsy fartsy, kind of auteur kind of like filmmakers. And they were like, no, we're not really that. We want to just make like fun, like crazy action films and blah, blah, blah. And then when they went to, I forgot which studio handles Bad Boys. I forgot which one it was. I don't know, but
Universal, isn't it?
Is it Universal?
Universal?
Yeah.
I think it's Universal. But
they were like, we want to do a Bad Boys. They're like, no, you can't do that. At first, they turned them down, but they were always very inspired by like somebody like Michael Bay and something like that. So these guys are all about like the entertainment factor. I mean, they've done other things too that are more serious and everything like that, but to me, like when it comes to the whole Batgirl situation, it's like I don't think it was unrelated. I think it was
Columbia.
just because it was
Sony Pictures.
Yeah, sorry,
okay. But
money for Sony.
I think when it came to Batgirl, it was just it was such in a pocket of where they were trying to take the DCEU at the moment, and since that was just being scrapped and rearranged, they were just like, you know what? Fuck it. We're just gonna drop this whole thing because all the other movies that came out last year were like $100 million plus, $130 million plus. Batgirl was under $100 million. So they looked at it as in a business sense and being like, all right, we're gonna write off the cheapest movie where we don't have to pump any more money into it to try to do some things, so
Well,
sorry,
really
Axel,
quick,
I forgot you were out there.
Okay, now I can breathe.
Well, here's the thing, Dave.
Blue Beetle cracked 100 million internationally.
No, I was saying like the budget.
Oh, my bad.
The budget
Yeah,
of it was
talking about
100
the
million, but
budget.
it also went over 100 million at the worldwide box office. But then it went
Yeah,
to HBO Max and
I
probably
think,
recouped
I
even
think
more.
Blue Beetle did. I don't know if it like made a profit, but it did better. Maybe I don't know. I haven't looked at the numbers. But what I'm saying is like when it came to Batgirl, it was supposed to be like $90 million production budget.
Yeah.
Everything else that came out last year was like $100 million or
Or
so I
more.
think they just looked at, hey, this is the low. And I don't know. And I don't think they liked the idea of Michael Keaton being back and stuff like that. From what I've heard,
it was getting messy.
It was
Here's
getting
the thing,
very
Batman,
messy.
who's older
I already
than
know
Jim
what
Gordon, just-
William's gonna say because
Well, no,
I-
actually not. Here's the thing, though. I think it would be a mistake to look at the Bad Boys trailer and then use that in any way, shape, or form as an indicator of whether this movie would have done anything like that. You
I
got to
agree with
realize
that. I agree,
different projects done under different leadership.
Mm-hmm.
You got to remember with absolute fucking dog shit leadership that movie was being ran under, and then the movies are other movies, and that means a lot. Listen, the difference between where DCEU and wherever it was and where Marvel is, even if you don't like where it is now, but historically where they've been since 2000, 2008 is management. So just because the Bad Boys for Life, it looks great. Trailer looks great, but there's in no way, shape, or form can I use that as a measuring stick of, well, what do you mean Batgirl wasn't unwatchable? It could very well be unwatchable.
That's
the
me
only
doing those mental gymnastics.
The only measuring stick you can do is just like, okay, they're great directors. We already kind of knew that anyways from their previous work.
Yeah, I mean, they're very visual. I mean, that's the thing is like like I said, I was impressed by Miss Marvel, especially because they both directed the first episode, and there a lot of things that they did in that first episode was like, wow. And then of course they set, basically the template for the whole season. But that first episode, I was like, man, there's some camera angles that were like cool. And like shots that they did with the camera, and then of course when they incorporated like the text messaging aspect of it with like the whole environment, I was like, okay, these guys they have a visual sense. And then going into Bad Boys, and William said Bad Boys for Life is this one, but it was actually a lot, and that's the thing. It's like,
that's so confusing.
I know it's so confusing. You know why? You know what's funny? And I said this. I think I said this on Film Junkie Live. On Wednesday, it was like the fact that the second Bad Boys had the whole Bad Boys for Life aspect to it. So they were probably going like, all right, let's just make this called, let's just call the third one Bad Boys for Life. We don't know if we're going to get a fourth one. I get it. It could work with the whole Bad Boys for Life kind of thing. Yeah. But they didn't know there was going to be another one. They were just like, hey, we're putting all in on this one. Who knows if we're going to get a fourth one, another one.
Hey, remember
so
when
I
we all said
understand
Will
why
Smith wasn't going to be in any movies anymore? Everyone remember
exactly.
that?
There were so many things like who knows if there's going to be another one. So let's just call it Bad Boys for Life. And, and I get it because, like I said, the second one emphasized the whole Bad Boys for Life, if you remember the second one. So, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, it sucks because obviously they could have used that whole four kind of thing. But I don't like the ride or die thing because it sounds too Fast and Furious to me. Yeah. But
family.
Well, it calls back to what they said in the second one. We ride together, we die together.
We ride.
Right. Yeah, I love that movie. Dude, I love all the Bad Boys movies.
Oh,
yeah. Bad Boys movies, no matter what.
I love these movies. But yeah, but like I said, management, structure management. Not only that, but when you're working for the right producers, right management, everything, if you're running things right, you tend to get more out of the people that are working for you. You get the best out of those people. Now, are you going to get the best out of the trash heap that was running at DC at the time? I don't know.
That's the thing. It's funny that to William's point, like Paul and I were actually talking about this very concept earlier today in regards to Batgirl. It's super ironic because you have, to William's point, you kind of have to look at how things are managed. And at that point in time in 2021, whenever the fuck, or 2022, whenever this movie was being courted to being made, released, whatever, it's like, oh yeah, you guys want to make a Batgirl movie? Yeah, you have to, but you have to include fucking Michael Keaton as Batman. It's like, What? No, you're the fucking director-driven studio. Let these people make the movie they want to fucking make. Make a Batgirl movie the way they want to make it. Don't fucking mandate Michael Keaton be Batman just because Walter Hamada has this dumbass idea of trying to like merge all these universes together just to split them up in some Crisis Infinite Earths kind of way. No, fuck that. Fuck all of that. And then you get to like Sony Pictures and they're like, yeah, do Bad Boys 4. Here you go. Do it the way you want it, make it the way you want it. And that's the thing. It comes down to management. And then when new management came in, they were like, you guys have Michael Keaton as fucking Batman in a Batgirl movie when you guys just had fucking Ben Affleck in The Flash. Yeah. All right, cool. I'm not sure we might be able to feasibly release this. And that's why they made Peter Safran the scapegoat and going out there and saying, yeah, this movie isn't releasable. Is that really a smart PR move? No, not necessarily. Does that make the studio look good? No, not at all. But at the same time,
there were other things making the studio look bad anyway. So that was
very
like
true.
But the thing, I don't think you're forgetting this, Phil. But it comes down to like IP, like you have with DC Comics, how protected they are about it at that point. So when you have someone like, and I'm not mitigating, like again, I'm like you, Willem. I love the Bad Boys franchise, but you put DC Comics on Bad Boys, yeah, you're going to get away with doing, a lot more with whatever you want with Bad Boys than you are with Batman, Superman, and what have you.
Right. Well, and it's also quality control because there was no quality control. Because if you had the kind of quality control, you need somebody to say no sometimes. And that's what DC, whatever the fuck films, whatever it was, they didn't have enough people to say no. No, you're not going to make this movie right now and cost us a whole bunch of money. No, you're not going to do this yet. Come back to me later once we get this done. We do this, and then come back to me with your concept. There was nobody there to say no to some of the dumb shit that they did. And a lot of stuff that came out and was made was good. Wasn't necessarily bad in quality, but it was all jumbled up. Yeah. There was nowhere to lead your audience.
If you're going to make a Batgirl,
they want to talk about a cul-de-sac. This was a cul-de-sac.
Yeah, this definitely was a cul-de-sac. Yep. That's what's
I'm like
ironic
so
about
180
this whole
from
thing.
y'all. Like where I'm at. Like I feel like like I feel like where I'm at. There was something salvageable there. There was something that you could pivot off of into a stronger concept once the studio sold. And I don't think everything you shouldn't have thrown the baby out with the bathwater. There's room enough for multiple iterations of characters as we as we speak about ad nauseum. But to William's point too, and like in regards to just like spending money, like we even like Dave, you even like confirmed like it had like under $100 million budget, and I think that because of that you could there are decision makers, maybe not the best decision makers, but I think it sort of aligns to like, okay, we have this mitigated risk that we're willing to put some money on and see how it goes, similar to like Blue Beetle, and just these ancillary characters that I understand, William, like we don't want to see like the Z team and like the Y team and stuff.
No, I don't want to be reliant on the Z team.
No, that's why I'm saying I'm emphasizing ancillary. Like these are pivot points that could potentially like roll into the future plan, which is what I'm stoked on with Guns saying like Blue Beetle is going to return, maybe like I don't know if he confirmed like the actor necessarily, but the character itself. Oh, okay, awesome. Yeah, so that's what I would have like wanted to see, and I think that is kind of a sign of like, okay, there is potential to like quote unquote recycle and bring back these characters that maybe like weren't completely just unsatisfactory to a lot of fans, because I'm a big Keaton fan. Like that's my favorite live action portrayal of cinematic Batman. So I'm kind of the opposite of Phil, where I'm just like, fuck yeah, we're gonna put Keaton Batman in the Batgirl movie, obviously. So
I'm sure
like
good.
That's
sure
my rant.
I think no, and I totally understand that. I think when it comes to the whole multiverse thing that was happening with the Flash, and that's what led to Keaton being part of this world. I think that was like it was too high concept for like a Batgirl movie. I think a Batgirl movie could work even with a lower budget and just having Batgirl like being her thing, but also having whoever the Batman is in her world, her actual world, be like a mentor could totally work. But I think the whole high concept of like she's part of this multiverse shift where Michael Keaton's Batman is her mentor probably was a little, I think it was just maybe a little too much. I mean, as much as I wanted to see it, and if we got that original ending that we were supposed to get with the Flash, as opposed to the whole George Clooney like gag, which I appreciated, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, but it's supposed to be cute. I don't know. There's like that whole thing.
I didn't read it as a gag though. I was just like, yeah, you could totally do something with this. Like, maybe put it on like, the back of the stove a little bit, just to, let it, simmer and cook, as we like to say. But like, yeah, like keep it as an option. It's a side dish, it's a garnish, it's a topping. I don't like, that's what I'm saying. It's like you can flesh out these possible ideas and just sort of like let them chill, similar to how like Marvel is fleshing out its its extended universe, and it's kind of establishing these ideas that they can pivot to potentially, depending on how the rollout of whatever plan or changes they need to make as they go. And I think like DC had that, or the studio had that potential to do that too. Like, it might have just been throwing spaghetti at the wall, but it was top-notch spaghetti in my opinion. So yeah,
that
like,
costume
it's still
was fire. That costume was absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think and we can get a Barbara Gordon Batgirl in movie. Just watch Red Robin. Cheers.
I just remember the Batgirl film updates Twitter. Like I would interact with it so much that like it would always pop up on my feed, and I would just smile. Like
they had some great set photos.
I just loved seeing all those updates, and I know a lot of us like would get the same updates and like comment on them or like bring them up on our respective shows and like things like that. To mixed reception, I get it. Like there was some criticism about the presentation of the promotional shoots and like the quality of the suit and things like that, and I'm like, they're gonna like amp it up like with visual effects and stuff, right? Like similar to how we saw with the Supergirl suit like getting ripped to shreds like without any visual effects on it. I'm just like, bro, like this is not the finished product. Relax.
But at the same time, it's like the Batgirl costume is supposed to be her making the costume. Like it wasn't the finalized version. We ended up seeing the finalized version where it like Batman gives her the specific armor and stuff like that, and it's a different couch. But like the first image that we saw was like, hey, that's her just like trying to pull all this kind of stuff in to make that costume. And I actually thought it was great. It's based off of what's the Batgirl?
Burnside.
I felt like to me it was just weird to see an adult wear like that specific costume, because whenever I saw that costume with Barbara Gordon, I was just to see she was just a teenager at the time, and I don't know. That's just
teenager in Burnside. She's a young adult,
early 20s, right?
Yeah,
early 20s?
Yeah.
I forget. Was that Gail Simone who did Burnside, or was that someone else?
No, it was I think the artist was Cameron Stewart, or I know he's controversial now or something. I forget what happened. But I think that was the artist. I don't know who was writing it at the time though.
No, you know what? Gail Simone did New 52 Batgirl, not Burnside.
Yeah.
And
Burnside was later.
And seeing Leslie Grace just get a woman of color playing what has typically always been a redheaded white girl at that point. Get it? I mean, you saw it in the stuff that she could post at that point. You saw how excited she was and how much. Again, I hated for her just because, like, I was curious to see it because I like her as an actress.
Same.
But like I said, as long as we're blaming the right people, the people who actually said yes to Batgirl, those are your villains right here. You have one villain in this whole thing. The people who said Batgirl, yes, that's your villain.
Well, you know what, William? I'm going to become the VP of marketing at DC as soon as like they sell, and I'm going to find those hard drives and I'm going to leak them, and I'm going to come to your store and laugh in your face.
And then
I love it. That's awesome.
Then you get served with that lawsuit right here at the Sci-Fi Theater. I'm like, I don't know who she is.
She came to my store. She showed up.
Yeah, Ray's got a plan and everything. She knows what she's doing. She's got this all worked out.
It's just a matter of time, William.
This is the spiritual sequel to Fanboys.
329. She admits everything, Your Honor. I had nothing to do with it. That's your only villain there. That's your only villain. That's the person right there. You have one person to blame.
Walter Hamada.
Whoever said yes to Batgirl has 100% of the blame.
I remember when Walter Hamada was like named president of DC Films. He was reined in for, and I quote, bringing down the budgets of DC Films, basically signing on
from minute
Yeah,
one.
100%, right? Because look at The Flash.
Yeah.
Look at Black Adam. Look at both of those movies. Neither one of those movies had a brought down budget whatsoever. But then again, those are a little bit of different conversations because of who made them. But even still, it all does fall under Walter Hamada's feet at the end of the day, because that man was brought in again to, I quote, bring down the budget. And then he made really goofball, low budget ideas. And everyone was like, yes, 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 yes. And then the new regime comes in and they're like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. That's probably exact word too. Probably exact.
I guess
word.
again, I'm leaning on the fact that there was, a mitigated risk, that was, palatable for the studio at the time, like these
Sure.
$100 million budgets, those are worthwhile risks for the potential to make 2-3x million, which maybe at the time seemed feasible based off the IPs and potentially there was intention to link Michael Keaton in Blue Beetle as well as with Batgirl, I believe, and there was a plan to interconnect these films and sort of lead into that possibility of, William, you like continuity, right?
I like continuity, but here's the thing: continuity, broken continuity is that. Here's the problem: everything
it's a soft reboot. Let's consider it like a soft reboot with the potential to, or like a realignment, I guess.
Yeah, let's go with exactly what you just said. If they'd have done everything like that, and they had done everything else prior to that, you can't do what they were trying to do when you have a credibility problem. Because the first question that anybody's going to ask you is, where's not Fossil Batman, but where's Batman, the one you led me here on? Where's Superman? They're gonna all these questions. So you tried to build this Friends Z-list thing in lieu of something that was anchored by the A-listers. See, it's okay when you have the Z-listers in support of, but when you have them in lieu of, you are dead on arrival, and it showed. The math beat the hell out of them on this one.
I just don't agree that was, the intention for them to, be front and center. I think if there was, more ramp up and more communication around the intention of the new pipeline, I think it could have worked to an extent, and it could have rolled over into, the merger to an extent too, if there wasn't just, so much, need to cut costs even further, which is where we're at right now, where so many projects are being written off and canceled.
Well, they're cutting
things like
that should have never
sucks.
happened to begin with.
But I mean, they weren't really in a state of profitability to begin with either.
No, but here's the thing, though. They greenlit some of the dumbest shit, and we're on their way to greenliting doing even dumber shit. But we want to defend.
But that's subjective, okay? Your perception of quality is similar to how people perceive quality and what Marvel.
They were going to give you the Wonder Twins.
That would have been tight. I was already fan casting the two twins from Scream 5 and 6. I was like, they would be awesome in that role.
You know what? Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad.
Right there, you were shown the door. Your name tag is taken off the door.
William,
you your shit in the box.
No, William, I'm hired with a raise, on day one. So first of all,
you come in with that idea.
The thing is though, is sometimes you have to go with some of your C team, because you never know what could pop off. I mean, when it came to Iron Man, did people think that Iron Man was going to be oh yeah, if they do an Iron Man movie, who the fuck knows who Iron Man is?
I was literally about to say that. I'm like, are people saying Iron Man and Captain America have to be in every Marvel movie? No, they shifted them to the side, or put them their proteges are gonna come through
after they establish their credibility.
No, I think you just don't know. Guardians of the Galaxy, that's a good example. Is how did that movie pop off? Because
people thought it was going to be Marvel's first flop.
No, because it was the number 9th film. After you've established yourself and done things right, you can bring the Z-listers.
Okay, your perception of establishment, we did get the desirable.
At the time, I get what you're saying, William. At the time, I get what you're saying, but nowadays, it's now I think people. And sorry, Ray, I didn't mean to cut you off, but at the same time, I'm just kind of going nowadays, it's almost we need something. People are just craving something way different than we don't need the heavy hitters now.
Not from DC. That's the problem. Another thing. Hold on. 2 different companies, 2 different ways of doing things, and they've demonstrated as such. Your expectation right now, especially, you see why they use certain characters. For DC is different than what you were doing in Marvel. There were 0 expectations in 2008. DC, 85-year-old company. You step into the doorway for your job interview with decades of expectations, which is fine. Like I said, have the Z-listers on there. But when you're only doing it because you done fucked up the A-listers, you don't want to touch them. You're trying to like tell yourself, oh, they don't exist. Oh, Shazam, yeah, that's the guy in the cape with the emblem on our chest. What? Oh, there's a Superman. That's what they did. They tried to work around their mess instead of saying, you know what? Why don't we re-engineer what we already have into something that works? Because no one's going to believe you at this point. Look at their box offices after that.
But you're making an assumption that was
the math
intention
said it for me. The math said
No,
it.
I'm saying that you're thinking that, that wasn't the intention either, to like circle back or to, rekindle those, established personalities in those roles.
They were never good. They had 5 years. They never
See,
did
like
it.
that's why I troll you in your chat, William, because you make a lot of assumptions.
There's not an
based off of
assumption. How much time were they supposed to have?
I want some popcorn.
How much time were they supposed to have? What, 20 years? It's
No,
not like
William
Amada
doesn't want
had
the
time.
smoke. That's why I hopped on.
No, it's a legitimate question.
I love it. I love it that Ray showed up right now.
Legitimate question for you. If you want to give Hamada, and I don't even think he's a bad person, just the wrong guy. But if you want to give any of them clowns any benefit of the doubt or any excuse or anything like that, it wasn't like they only had a couple of months. They had plenty of time to do this. Anything that they were going to do, they had plenty of time to do it. In the 5 to 7 years that they had, they not only did they not do that, they did the other thing.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. There was some very, very poor decision making and a lot of like bad intent, like ill intent towards, the characters that are really driving the IP. And there was a lot of disregard to, the movie math, to your point, like, dollars, make sense, like to, to continue to follow. But there was like this intention to, focus on the ancillary characters for a little bit, which I believe was fine because they're trying to flesh out this universe into, something that is more holistically like, okay, yeah, we can have the heavy hitters, work with like, the ancillary characters, build up, that reputation of like credibility, or I guess like present these ancillary characters in a way that, we can integrate them further into, the pipeline. So if I had to assume some sort of, positive intent, like with the, previous regime, I don't want to just shit on everything that they do. I want to find something that, potentially was redeemable in if they had the opportunity to continue on with their plan.
No, they should have been gone a lot sooner.
See, like, that's the thing. I'm not going to shit all over them just because it's cool. Like,
here's
I'm
why.
actually going to dissect what they did. And from a business standpoint, William, like, like we talk about business all day long on your show.
What you
so,
just
like,
laid out is perfect. Perfect. Absolutely.
How do you know they weren't going to do it, though? See, you're making like these huge
5 years
like,
without
jumps
Superman.
in
They went
assumptions.
5 years without the big cheese. How many years did you go without Robert Downey Jr.? You went 5 years without your main characters while you're building all this. So if this was your intent, you're either incompetent, they're either incompetent or they're stupid. And I hate if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, why? Okay.
They wouldn't be in those jobs if like they didn't have some sort of skill set or some sort of potential to get that realignment that brings them closer to that profitability.
I think when it comes to
Superman,
Superman,
and Sarnoff and Toby Emmerich, and you had TGR, you literally had a clown car with one person getting out and two other clowns replacing one for two. It wasn't being ran right. 5 years without Superman. There's no excuse for that.
Okay, like sorry, Dave. I just need to say, okay, yeah, I will put an asterisk next to what I'm saying. I wasn't here for like the entire, duration, of where y'all were at. The movie was like Zack Snyder's Justice League was already announced when, I, saw your content on my feed and, decided to engage in it. So I'll defer to your expertise because y'all were there. You saw it all happen, like, in real time. So I get that. Maybe I don't have that context. So I will, defer to, your say as far as like your read on the situation.
My whole thoughts on like when it comes to Superman, I think they were like afraid of Superman.
Pussies.
It almost seems like that was always the case where it's like they didn't know what to do with the character. Like when what Zach was doing was great and we all like appreciate it, but they didn't understand it. The executives were like, no, he's supposed to be like ha ha ha, I got to do it like this. And when the Justice League failed, when they tried to redo Superman and Justice League failed, carrying a fucking apartment building and doing all that shit. And hope is your McCarthy. Good God. I mean, they tried and they were like, we don't know what to do with Superman. We don't know like how to handle
lose your job.
You want to know how they know?
I think Hamada and crew were afraid of Superman, so they were like, well, let's just
like Darkseid. They were
so afraid of Superman.
Hamada is Darkseid.
They were so afraid of Superman, they turned down a pitch from Christopher fucking McQuarrie of all people.
Like, how do you
he was going to attempt to do like a softish reboot of Superman with Henry Cavill in mind, but like kind of not necessarily reboot the world, but just kind of refresh the idea of, yes, this is Superman, but we're going to take him in a bit of a different direction. And even everyone at the studio was like, yeah, no, we don't think this is a good idea. Christopher fucking McQuarrie, who did not Top Gun. He did
Mission Impossible.
Yeah, Mission Impossible. Thank you.
The last 3 Mission Impossible movies.
Yeah.
There's no defending the previous. I'm sorry.
No. This is where we agree, William. Is
Yeah.
like the previous regime, just like the, but at the same time, it's like when you're going like, well, why didn't they do like? I think they just did not know what the fuck they wanted to do. I mean,
I understand
we're
that.
all on the same page. We're all on the same page of like they didn't know what the fuck they.
I got a cure for that, Dave. I got a cure for that.
You got a cure. More cowbell. Come on.
Resignation. If you're not good enough to do your job, listen. Not everybody can keep their jobs. That's why people get fired.
Yes, and they're gone now.
Oh, no, in Hollywood, William, you fail
like 7
upwards in
years
life.
to get them gone. It's like
I think we're at the stage, wherever you fall at this point, that Warner Brothers, unfortunately, especially with Zaslav, is that we're still kind of in a stage. Unless you're a Matt Reeves or a Todd Phillips fan, you're pretty much not getting what you want from DC. You're not going to get your Batgirl released. You're not going to get your Ayer cut. You're not going to get your Schumacher cut. You know, you're not going to get a good video game. You're not. There's a lot of things you're just not going to get. I've accepted.
But you know what you are going to get. You know what you are going to get. More Peacemaker.
More Peacemaker. Yeah.
God damn.
Wait, so season 1 isn't canon to the ongoing universe?
And I don't want to even start with what
that hurts my head.
How that continuity is going to go out the fucking door. But yeah, look at this point, guys, and I've said this to Phil just as much. I'm just seeing what happens and then just hoping for the best. I'm hoping that the Batman 2 does get made because I want to see what Matt Reeves does without 50,000 studio notes or James Gunn interfering with it too much or whatever the case is. You know, I want the Penguin show to do well. I don't know what's happening with Joker 2, but I'm curious to see what Todd Phillips is going to do with it.
It's getting good reactions from screen tests, apparently.
Yeah. Now, would I like to see what the Batgirl would have been? Yes, I would just be curious to see, because at this point it doesn't matter anymore because that fucking continuity doesn't matter anymore. The previous regime doesn't matter anymore at this point. It's like, who gives a fuck? Just show it to us. Like, as a fan, I'd like to know how it would have come out. Like I would the Ayer cut or the Schumacher cut. Like
it's gonna be a hell of a story when they finally get all that.
Realistically, that is arguably the only way that anyone would ever see a Batgirl would be you would have to have someone like a Kevin Smith get a version of said Batgirl movie on a flash drive and being like, hey, we're gonna we're gonna watch a movie at my theater at this time at Smod Castle this time this day. May or may not be Bat related. Maybe not. If you want to watch it, we're going to have a Q&A and a bunch of other shit beforehand, about this other thing that we're promoting. But at the end of it, the real sauce surprise. Whisper, Batgirl. Yes, come. Yeah. So
see, that's why
literally the only way anyone is ever going to see that movie.
I think I'm aligning more to the general consensus on the panel now that I'm understanding the context. Like, it seems like I agree more with Phil than I did originally, because you presented it in a context I can understand, potentially, serving the idea or entertaining the idea to fans, getting that reception, and then, pivoting that into, into the pipeline, as opposed to just, throwing money at it for no reason. And then to Paul's point, assuming positive intent, just being presented the opportunity to see the product in general, you've already spent your money on it. So, bring it to the theater in some capacity to potentially get some type of return. If it was such a a big deal to cancel the Batgirl movie, why didn't they cancel Blue Beetle?
Why didn't they cancel most of those movies?
Exactly.
I mean, in my opinion, I think Blue Beetle is the only one that really was worth my time, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, the other ones, had good intentions or good ideas.
It was worth
too expensive. I think that, again, it comes to the budget is like Batgirl was the cheapest one.
Aquaman and the Flash definitely had a lot more going for them money-wise than, or at least Warner Brothers thought they did. But
it was supposed to be a streaming thing. Blue Beetle was supposed to be a streaming movie.
Blue Beetle and Batgirl were both supposed to be streaming, but then they changed their
you got
mind.
a problem with Zazoff though, because he's for this big theater, big screen. He doesn't want to spend big money. He's, like I said, he's the dinosaur at the lake looking at that meteorite about to wipe the fuck out of everybody. And he's like, we can't spend this kind of money on something. We have to put it in the theaters if we're going to spend that much money, not realizing that, the future of this is you're going to have to make significant investment. So that was his decision. He's like, we spent 90 to 100 million. We may as well go and put it. I'm like, what are you talking about? So that was his mentality. But these things are already made though. To his defense, he inherited other people's decision making. And whenever, like I said, whenever a new sheriff takes over, he puts his own deputies. And you don't even have to think about it monetarily at this point, even though there are monetary reasons. It just meant it wasn't consistent. They looked at it and said it wasn't consistent with our vision of this going forward. That's all you need. That is the only justification you need. It is now your company. That's your ass on the line. So the decisions you make are going to be on the hook for really need to be yours. So
honestly, when it comes to Blue Beetle, I truly think that had the strikes not happened, it probably would have gotten a lot more promotion for it. You would have had the cast out there talking about it. It probably would have gotten a little bit more at the box office.
I think so. You know what?
Yeah, it would have. Same thing with the Marvels. It would have gotten a little bit more.
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah. But when it comes to Blue Beetle, like if you think about it, with the 4 movies that came out last year, that was the character that was most not connected to the universe.
Yep.
Even though Ben Affleck was meant to make a cameo, right?
I don't think so. No.
That was debunked.
I think that was like a silly rumor that was just
I heard a guy named Snyder came up with it.
But like when it came to Shazam, it's like Shazam was always connected, and then of course it had the Wonder Woman cameo. And when it came to the Flash, all kinds of cameos and all kinds of crazy connections. Aquaman already connected to it. Blue Beetle was very much a Lone Ranger when it came to it's
continuity.
And I think that's what worked for it. Was like, hey, you could just go watch this movie and enjoy it. And I enjoyed it. I've watched it twice now.
Yeah,
I'll watch it again because it just felt like it was a great family movie that had like a very 80s style adventure to it. And I think it didn't have the burden of like totally connecting to this universe that was already fucking broken. And that's why James Gunn's like, hey, we could salvage this because this was very much on his own, and we can salvage this into the new DCU. And I hope to see that, hopefully, and I'm sure we will, hopefully,
But then we'll find out.
I'm just really hoping that we see Leslie Grace in some capacity in her role,
That would be great.
Yeah, that would be awesome. And Brendan Fraser, he spoke highly of his role as well. So maybe integrating him in some capacity too. I know that the general audience doesn't have any context as far as what the plot of their original movie would have been, so it probably would have to be retconned or like rewritten, or some sort of reimagining has to happen. So I get that.
It'll never happen, but I would love to see. Sorry, Paul. Just real quick, I would love to see Leslie Grace's Batgirl be the Batgirl to Matt Reeves' Batman, but that is never going to happen.
Not in that universe.
No,
I find it.
I hope that universe stays with Batman. That's just me personally.
That's a fair.
It works isolated. Yeah.
They'll probably introduce a Robin at some point, but they'll probably wait until like the end of the trilogy to show that, like, again, kind of like how Chris Nolan's did. But
William's such a big Bat Family fan.
Huh?
William is such a big Bat Family fan.
Here's the thing: when you create a tone, just take it. All I want to see from Matt Reeves are things consistent with the environment and the tone he's given us. I just can't see the Boy Wonder in there.
William, you should play Deathstroke because you hate kids.
I can't see it. But you know what? Like I said, I would bet good money that you don't see Batman.
No, I mean, I would be surprised if Robin showed up right now in, say, the Batman 2. I would be very shocked if that was the case. But
post credits, give me a post credits where I can get up and watch.
But if there's a Dick Grayson presence, I could totally see that.
Oh, why would he do that? But okay.
Oh, come on.
I do. As far as Batgirl, I just think it personally, and I said this to Phil as well. Like, I find it karmic in the sense of like, Leslie Grace and Michael Keaton are gonna, go on and do, whatever. They're gonna be fine. Brendan Fraser literally won an Oscar like after that movie was canceled and stuff, you know, and those guys are going to continue to make Bad Boys, and like those movies are still going to do very well. So, and I don't know, you're with the studio where, you know, that decided to cut ties with Chris Nolan, who then immediately wins Best Director and Best Picture. So I mean,
and he's getting knighted.
Right, and he's getting knighted. So that's the studio that.
So what you're saying is Christopher Nolan won the Oscar and got knighted because of Batgirl.
No.
There we go. We
I'm
find
not
that
saying any
connection.
of that.
Right. There we go.
I don't want to be misquoted.
I just have all these sticky notes on my wall and like drawing my lines around
the red lines in
Like Rhea literally went like, what
with her plan to take over DC Comics.
She has,
and get that
she has
film.
like yarn going to like all the.
I value your passion, Rhea. I do. It's that's the good thing. I mean, I see people going off in the chat and stuff. We all have our opinions.
Yeah,
you know,
and it's like I'm not just, you know, trying to, you know, like just be contrarian. I actually
you're not.
like, you know, being like more, I guess, like just opening up these conversations more where we're not just, you know, being dismissive of every decision being made. Like I asked a while ago, Dave, on your show, it's just like, has enough time passed where, you know, we can look at Joss Whedon's version of Justice League and find some, you know, redeeming value in it with some things it might have done right, you know, things like that. And I'm like, that's what I like, is like just the critical thinking aspect of it. Like, yeah, it's subjective to a point to have that discussion, but I mean, yeah, like I'm a big fan of just finding, you know, the redeeming value in these, you know, tough to, you know, like discuss
I totally get
topics.
That. I totally get that. When it comes to like Justice, I think I'm by, and the thing is like what we have to do, especially if you're like, you know, a person who's got a voice in this thing, and this is what I try to do, is like, I'm not trying to like say like, no, you're wrong. I'm not trying to say everything's wrong. Like what you just said right now, Ray, is like, can we find anything like, you know, when it comes to Justice? Like to me, I can't, because I got too invested into what was not, and I try to kid myself when I saw that movie at first, where I was like, oh, it's not that bad, guys. It's like this, you know? So I can't just like look and be like, oh yeah, I could find good in this. I mean, maybe I can if I really were to like try to, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm too biased to not, but I think people can, and people have. I've even talked to people where like they go, hey, I like this aspect about Justice League. And I'm like, good, fine. That's perfectly fine. I'm not gonna say you're wrong. I'm not gonna say you're wrong. And nobody should ever say that. Like I said, on my Instagram, when I posted like my little clip about BVS in 8 years, which, you know, we kind of been talking about loosely on the stream, is like the fact that movie is always going to be talked about in the superhero genre, and it's always going to be relevant. And, you know, maybe I didn't articulate as much as like, you know, when I was talking about that whole thing and I clipped out 2 different clips, I think I felt I articulated it more in the first clip than the second clip, because second clip on Instagram is like getting all kinds of like, you did not know what you were saying. And it's a madhouse underneath the comments, which is funny, but I'm like, I'm not even going to touch that, because these guys just want to come in and they're proving the point of what I said earlier in the other clip that I posted was like, people just flat out fucking hate this movie. Yep. And if somebody praises it, they're going to just they can't help themselves to comment. And then there's people that are absolutely obsessed with it, that are just going to ultimately just defend it to the nines. I'm like, I love the movie. I love BVS. So I could just post like what I say, and what I did say about it is the fact that it's going to be relevant always in the superhero discourse, because Zach decided to be like, hey, I'm going to do something different and shake up the whole genre. And he shook it up with 2 of the biggest characters in the superhero genre. He deconstructed them. And that's why people are like, they're like freaking out. They're either like, oh my God, it was fantastic, or oh my God, how dare he do that to my characters? And it's always going to be that discussion. And no matter how you feel about it, it's like, I don't care. It's like, this is how I feel. If you feel about that, fine. But you know, you're only proving my point when you can't help but just throw vitriol shit underneath the comments because you can't help yourself, because
you're a rational fan, Dave. I mean, like,
see, that's what I'm. I understand what you're saying, Dave, and I guess like the format of like presenting critical discussions or thought in a cognitive, format condensed into, a social media
I
post.
try.
It like, yeah, I try too, optimizing
we
my
all
posts for readability and things like that. I'm all about that. But for me, again, like I think we all agree, it's not the format best to, have a, critical thinking discussion, because there is so much context that you're cutting out of your the content that you're presenting, or the quote unquote argument or discussion point that you're using, that, it's hard to assume positive intent from it. Like how I just, presented my, feelings of, like redeeming value, for example. I want to, put like qualifying statements, just to, say like, I'm not, endorsing any of the actions of the decision makers on these projects. I'm not endorsing the treatment, the poor treatment, like the horrible dehumanizing treatment of the staff and creative, talent on these projects either. I'm simply looking at them isolated as products. So I just want to, so there's so many disclaimers, so much like, information that you kind of have to know going in, like you as a creator, Dave, that like, okay, yeah, he means it this way. I already know Dave is like, he feels this type of way. But like, as someone like in the comments, just, trying to say like, oh, like, like pointing out, like the quote unquote flaws or perceived flaws in like how you're presenting your information. Yeah, it's frustrating. But yeah, like that, like going in, like it's that format of like lack of context, I guess.
I think to Dave's point.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say really quick, like to Dave's point, I can't tell you guys how many times I've been personally told I'm wrong for saying that Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor is my favorite version of the character in live action on film. I cannot tell you how many times I've been told by nerds across the internet, oh, you're wrong, you're dumb, R-word, whatever, because that's not Lex Luthor. And I'm just like, you guys don't understand jack shit about these characters and how malleable they truly are.
But I mean, it goes to the point, like, there's so many different times, like, I would love to comment and get, not necessarily poke the bear in the sense of, but like have a civil discourse, and I don't, because I let, just let it go, because it's just, I just don't, it's not worth it for me to be attacked. It's your case in point, Phil, it's just like, it's, and to your point, Rhea, there is no gray for a lot of these on, because Twitter is really not the real world. You got black, you got white. You're right or wrong.
Dude,
and so it's just, I come on this stream because I consider everyone who, is a rational person, that we can have disagreements, we can have different opinions.
Yeah.
And this is my outlet.
Yeah. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Jordan.
I've always told people, because as you guys know, I'm a huge fan of the Ultimate Cut of BVS and stuff. But I mean, the way the movies were going to go regardless, but even just with the Snyder Cut, like, if you're not a fan of the deconstruction, the reconstruction happens in the Snyder Cut. Like, that's kind of the point, and so if you have issue with this, go watch this. It's like, it's like if Empire Strikes Back had only come out and there'd been no Return of the Jedi, there'd been no kind of conclusion, Empire would have a harder time, I think, existing as it was. But we have that trilogy. We have, at least A, B to C to get the idea of everything. As far as Justice League goes, I mean, when I first saw it, I didn't love it. I was like you, Dave. I was like, oh, this is Zach's movie still. Like, it's
so
this
many
and
of
that.
us did that. So many of
us. We tried so hard.
We were expecting to. Because again, Zach's whole thing that he had done beforehand, we were expecting the director's cut to come out probably within a year, and it would flesh out a lot more, and there was probably studio, involvement and stuff, but we would have seen a much more, Zach vision. We didn't realize it was going to be a 5-year, hashtag
battle.
Campaign, but yeah, battle is more accurate. But yeah, I mean, as itself, Justice League, it's okay. I say that very mildly. It's a bad movie, but it's watchable. But it's it's bad. But it's not. Is it the worst superhero movie I've ever seen? No. But when I see the Snyder Cut and I know what the movie was supposed to be, I fucking hate that film because it's so horribly made in terms of like what the movie was supposed to be.
Well, yeah, you're going in with that. We're going in with like the whole timeline of what led to these films coming out, and I get it. It can colorize how you how you're able to quote unquote enjoy or even like consume or any type of discourse around it. That's going to be the lens that you're presenting your discourse around. So I get that as well.
You're exactly right, Ray. Like I can't watch Justice League just because of everything I know that would happen to get to that film, and it's just, I'm biased against it. I'm not gonna, I'm definitely not the person. If you like Justice League, that's cool. Not for me. You find good in it. That's great. I'm never gonna tell someone you're not allowed to like something. You're not allowed to have this opinion on this stuff. It's okay to like things that are differently. It's okay to be passionate, but let's not get the tinfoil hat on and go like you're right, you're wrong. It's
absolutely.
We can have rational discussion, just not on Twitter or X or whatever it is. So
yeah.
There's so little space to put those qualifying statements, to your point, Chris. And I think you mentioned it too earlier, Dave, that it's just such a truncated keyhole of perspective that you're only able to express on these platforms. That I highly engage with people, and I have a positive experience, and I do my best to present my ideas in a qualifying manner that doesn't discredit anyone else. Like, I try to do that. I know that's not the norm for a lot of people, but I try to encourage that behavior by like Chris, to your point, if someone has a contention against what I have to say, I do my best not to take it personally. I try to find ways to qualify their statement and present what I a different way of how I originally presented my idea, in order for it to come across a little bit more leveled, I guess, to how that person can understand where I'm coming from a little bit more. So that's my type of diplomacy as far as discussions. I know I'm trolling William hard, but I troll hard the ones that I really care about. So yeah, I just wanted to let you know.
There's a prior friendship at that point. It's a troll, the sense of you're not trying to be vindictive about it.
No, as long as you're doing it on it, there's people that were on our show that we're going back and forth when we're typing at each other, and I'm like, okay, I'll just drop the link to them, because it gets to the point where it's getting put out of context. The tone of what they're saying is not coming over the way it needs to be taken, so that there's it's a productive conversation. You're just typing, and that's what I hate about Twitter and some of these other platforms, is people are just typing the robotic responses, and even though you're typing what you mean, there's a different context and a different tone when you're actually talking to somebody, preferably in person. But if it's better for me to be talking to anybody on this stream than typing at each other, and then the words are not, everything comes across really not sincere or dry. But no, I don't mind. I mean, like I said, I don't take it seriously. We have a little thing at the bottom of our show. It's his imaginary characters. It's imaginary characters and
fictional
aliens.
characters. Fictional.
Yeah, don't create enemies out of this.
Yeah, all my intention, as far as maybe raising my voice, getting passionate, and trying my best to get my point across all at once. It's challenging, but at the same time, I want to try and communicate that positive intent of acknowledging that this is a discussion. It's not a debate. I don't enjoy debating with people, but I know it can be communicated in a different way or come off as a debate. But yeah, ultimately that's the goal, is to I want to understand where that person is coming from, and I'm hoping that they give me the bandwidth to do the same. So
that's how I feel when I get people that push back on Twitter or even Instagram, or when I post something, and all of a sudden they're just they're in it, and I just kind of start asking questions. I don't go oh no, you're wrong, fuck you, blah blah blah. I just start asking questions so all right, so why do you think that you had to make this I want to get to why you wanted to make this comment, and I think and when it comes to BVS and celebrating the 8 years, which is crazy that it's 8 years, the fact that, look what happened even recently when Zack Snyder was on Rogan, and he talked about Batman killing, and that was all of a sudden that was all over the fucking trade, that was all over the entertainment blogs and all
that drove me nuts. I
was like, wait a minute, back 8 years ago then?
I know, how many times has it been talked about? But what I liked was this time we had Zach talk about it a little bit more in depth. He was not in the sense of where he had to be in a press junket where he had to just kind of say something brief. This time he was actually on a podcast, the biggest podcast, one of the biggest podcasts in the world, to just kind of flesh out what he's always been wanting to say. So I understand why it took off, but at the same time, that's just what BVS the relevancy of BVS is the fact that it shook things up to where now we have superhero content like The Boys, like Invincible, and like all like some of these movies where they are deconstructing these characters. And it's like you have to take that approach. You can't just be like, hey, look at that. There they are. They're doing their thing. And that's pretty much it. It's like, no, you have to go, well, let's kind of break them down a little bit to where they are challenged to a whole thing where they're not like their character kind of thing. So I don't know. That's where BBS is always going to be in that discussion of like, of where the genre is, because Zach was always, to me, he's always been ahead of his time. Like when it came to Watchmen, when it came to Man of Steel, people just go back and go, holy shit, he was onto something right here. And I didn't even notice it 5 years ago, 6 years ago, or whatever the fuck.
How about a director that just said, I want to have a conversation about this, That's one of the biggest things. Like, I haven't seen this. I'm gonna let this happen. I'm gonna be allowed to let this happen. So I want to tell my story. You don't like it? Guess what? You got 100+ years of everything else that you do like.
Yeah.
Enjoy. No one's gonna take that from you.
Good point. Go ahead, Paul.
The biggest thing about comics that I've always loved when I was, because look, I liked comics when I was a kid, but I couldn't get into it in the way that I am now because, the books weren't as available. The 90s was also one of the most confusing times to jump into comic books in terms of just what the hell was going on.
Yeah, definitely was.
Yeah. But regardless, I came in from a guy who grew up on the multimedia aspect of comic book characters, like the cartoons and, the movies and everything else. And then I jumped into the actual books and started to learn what the actual continuities were and all these other things. And one of the biggest things that I found in going back and forth and learning about all these things, like either through Grant Morrison's books or whatever, is that basically the multimedia adds as much as anything else. I mean, the Batman the Animated Series, as you know, Dave, was so phenomenal and so groundbreaking in its way. All that stuff has been all that stuff has been integrated into the Batman comics. The idea of kryptonite came from the Superman radio show. Batgirl came from Batman 66. Yep. All these different things have been integrated. Even Magneto's helmet, not the helmet itself, but like the actual idea that it stops Xavier from penetrating into Magneto's brain. Yeah. Or like that came from the movie. Because Bryan Singer looked at it and said, what's to stop Xavier from knocking out Magneto and just putting him to sleep? And no one could give him an answer. And they were like, all right, so the helmet protects him. That's got to be it. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense. Why else would he fucking wear it all the time? Other than he's a diva. So
How about both? How about both? He can be both.
Exactly. Now it's both. That's canon now. But like, the whole point of this.
Besides being ripped as all get out in 97.
Right. Look, I think that comic books are, in many ways they are kind of a sacred text, that there's a format, there's a way to go about these things. But people forget, the comic book nerds forget how much the other media contribute to all that whole thing about
I don't forget. I never forget.
I know you don't, William. I'm talking about guys that have been living in their basement, that don't run a business, that just, the books are all they know. And
do they forget or do they choose to ignore?
Yeah, it could be that too. That's what it becomes when you become kind of a radical, person with just that kind of thing.
A fanatic, as it were.
Yes, or a fanboy, as they tell you that. Like fanboy was the way to make fun of those guys. That was the term for them. It wasn't just being a fan, but like even the House of L, the insignia, the S, that was Richard Donner creating that, and then Mark Waid incorporated that into Birthright, if I remember correctly, right? Was that that was Mark Waid, right? With Birthright,
yeah.
Like that. But like, and then Zach adopted it for his movie. Like, I've lost my train of thought here, but my point being is that my point being is that like you like Zach or whatever, you need to allow for the deconstruction. Like I got into the books because I watched The Dark Knight and Watchmen. That got me to read The Long Halloween and the Watchmen book. And then I learned later that Dark Knight Returns and Watchmen are what changed the genre in '86, along with Crisis on Infinite Earths, where that was a jumping on point for a lot of people because these books came out and said, why aren't we looking at it from this angle? We've been doing it for this way for so long. The sales have gone down. The characters have kind of lost their glimmer. Like what? And again, it's what Zach has said. Like, you have to test your myths. You have to test your heroes and your gods. Otherwise, they'll fade away. That's what they do.
become irrelevant.
Exactly. They become irrelevant. So for me, and it's not just Zach, it's a thing that's been going on for a very long time. Yeah.
He just had he just had the he had the opportunity to be like, hey, let's do this right here with your favorite characters. I'm gonna do this. And then some and it's funny because, like I said, like when I posted those clips when it came to the 8-year anniversary, it was like, and I was like defending, I'm like, nobody talks about Civil War.
No,
not anymore.
No. I mean, what was the last time you heard about like somebody doing a discussion about Civil War?
The last time it brought up was
2.5, not much.
Yeah.
It was brought up mostly because of Black Panther and Black Panther 2, because they were integrating and talking about what a great performance was done by Chadwick in that movie, and why Black Panther felt it had to be made, because he clearly is this very important character. And that's it. That's the last time it's been brought up in the conversation.
I think, like, if I had to just, add some context around how I'm imagining it, maybe William, you can appreciate this because you talk about how Marvel and DC are different. There's just, more of a universe established, more lore. There's more, pipeline to just follow, and the evolution of these characters, as opposed to Zack Snyder's vision of, the DCEU and how it, it's ongoing. It's more like, kind of like legendary, because, and it's more, beloved because there's so little of it. So there's, it kind of, like, in my opinion, I think that's why it resonates with more people. And I think that's why it's so, obviously, Zach's a polarizing, creator. And I love that Dave, you called out that we're going to continue to talk about these films. But I think also because they're just so like, contained in this, in this like, lore, it's like, an interpretation of these characters within in themselves, that's like, the complete opposite of like the Marvel formula. William, I think you can agree with that. So like, my point is that the way that we talk about like these cornerstone, films like the Avengers films, like to y'all's point, like we don't really talk about those too much as we do with, DCU content. It's because there's just so little of it. And so we're going to like latch on to, the quality stuff. Whereas with Marvel, it's just, go as far as like having to talk about every new thing that comes out. In my opinion, that's my read on it.
No, it's a good point, because there is so much that comes out. It's like, it's hard to keep track. So things can get forgettable, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, I mean, totally get what you're saying. But at the same time, it's like, that's where Zach was going, like, yeah, we don't want to do, and he's even said that, we're not going to do what they're doing. We have to do our own thing.
He's not a brand.
He was trying to be DC. He was trying to be DC more than anything.
This has always been the case. Like when you look at DC and Marvel, it's like, I even said this at the beginning of the stream. It's like, it just seemed like DC was there's just something more intriguing about these characters. They had better villains. There was just something more, and there's something darker about it. There's something more.
Look where it came from, Dave. Look where it came from. Because from the time I was 8 up till now, the comparison between DC and Marvel is as inevitable as it is stupid. It's when you understand where the origins of these companies came from, and their origins are relevant today. One of them came while one company was, for the most part, founded by Jewish immigrants. For the most part, almost every writer that created everything was an immigrant from them. What was going on over there? What was going on in 1938? You had open warfare, open violence. Your 8 or 9-year-old was, if they drove through their neighborhood, was probably going to see a dead body or something going on in that part, or all kinds of things like that. You had a war that was going on, and these people knew what was going on, and it bled out. They created the characters that they wish existed to end the horrors that they knew were going on. So you had the genesis of those characters. That's why Batman can cap a guy on the first page, throw a guy in the vat of acid, because that level of violence was what those characters were born of and the time that they were born of. You go to it to Marvel, and I call it the brief period of color from 1961, where Marvel came out, until roughly about 1963 364. You had post World War II, economy was doing great, baby boomers were coming. You were 13 years removed from the Korean War for the most part. You weren't at a time of war. This was pre-Vietnam, pre-Nixon. You had an idealized, the civil rights era was still going on, but it wasn't in your living room. So it wasn't part of your entertainment. It wasn't part of your storytelling. But once you started drifting out of that era of color and you started to see the civil rights era on your TV, Kennedy's assassinated, you start seeing Vietnam coming through, less and less trust about your government and brought in the things that were hallmarks that made those characters what they were. You could have an everyman type of character in Marvel Comics, but Stan Lee did what he could, and as he got more space, they evolved. DC began where Stan Lee was evolving to. So you can never shake the foundations and the genetics of what Batman is. That's why when I see soft and cuddly Batman, it makes me want to vomit in my own throat, because it goes back. If you go back to what Batman was, that's not it. Superman is an immigrant story created by immigrants, by first, second generation people. These are the genetics and the DNA of these characters. You can go away from those characters, but you'll always come back home. And the problem is when you have these pockets of time where you have the soft and cuddly, goofy Batman, the longer you have those in place, you have generations coming into those characters. But when you whenever a good creator comes in and they want to go home, back to the roots, they got to fight a war to go back to where the character started. So you have to understand where these characters are coming from. That's why the Marvel versus DC comparison, it's inevitable, but it's stupid. I'm not saying the people who make it are stupid, but if you sit down and think about where these characters came from, what era, you have like almost a 25-year gap in between most of the characters that you have. And still today, you go look on the shelves right now. Yeah, it's been 50, 60, 70 years. About at least 60% of every character that is sitting on your shelf right now came from the origins of those original characters you started with, either as a villain or as a derivative character. Same thing with DC. So all of this is still affected by what created these characters. And when you're at your best when you go home. Marvel was at their best because they stuck to the spirit for the most part of what their characters was. All right. They had that opportunity because nobody had any expectations in 2018. They used the characters that were available to them. They didn't start with Iron Man. They would have started with the X-Men if they had them. But since they didn't have them, they started with basically the founding of the Avengers. And they pretty much almost did it almost in the exact order as it happens in Avengers #1, with the exclusion of Black Widow and something like that. But for the most part, first villain was Loki. Iron Man, you basically have your same thing. They move some stuff around, but that's the basic heart of it. So they maintain, faith in their IP decades later to begin their franchise. What Zach was trying to do, I saw it as that what he was trying to do. But you have a certain segment of the society, and that's where I have a problem with these other media versions of it. I don't mind them existing, but existing and influencing things is two different things. Because eventually, to make the right movie, you're going to have to come home to what the character is, and now you got to fight this whole battle with DC that you don't have to fight with Marvel.
I'm following what you're saying, William, and I'm agreeing with a lot of it. And I do think with DC, it's just so much harder because they've been around for a lot longer, and there are so many different variations of, especially their two biggest characters. But at the same time, Jesus Christ, Batman 66 did a lot of damage for the Batman that we know and love. But it took Danny O'Neill and Neil Adams to fucking get in there and dig in the dirt and go back.
Frank Miller.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. But I have to establish them first because they're the ones that dug it in, and they were like, "Well, this is the '70s. This is we're reinventing stuff. This is the Nixon era. Like we gotta get back to like the grim and the dirt here." And then Frank saw what they were doing and was like, okay, and he had enough of the Batman 66, and then he brought it back to Dark Knight Returns, which you only have to ask a few studio executives, like that influenced the Tim Burton version, and which influenced the animated series and so on and so forth, and then that's become the standard of Batman again. But yeah, I think either way, and I mean this for both Marvel and DC, I think either way, we find our way back to what works. Because look, let's be honest. Before Iron Man and those movies and I should say the Avengers, before we got to Avengers and that was becoming the standard formula going forward, the Dark Knight was the standard.
Yeah,
That was the thing.
Well,
that
they
was
still a lot of people still consider it the standard for some
Oh
reason.
no, but that's
Yeah.
that's what I'm getting to, because
Yeah.
now what's happening, and we were just saying earlier in this stream, like, fuck it, go back to R. Like, why not? Like, why can't we? Like, let's do this. Like, and right on the horizon is Deadpool and Wolverine, the first R-rated Marvel Studios movie, and people can't be more excited for that, because they're finally going to be like, let's let loose. Let's get that colorfulness, but let's also get the shit that we want to see from Deadpool and Wolverine, like in a movie where they're teaming up together and, you know, maybe fucking each other up or teaming up to take on something bigger. But like, it either way, in medium, for me, it comes back around, but you have to wait for it to find its way back, because the audience ebbs and flows. One year they're into the fucking James Gunn, Taika Waititi type humor, and then they're sick of that shit pretty quick, and they go right back to, you know, the fucking thing. Or you have a studio executive who doesn't know the difference and says, "Yeah, Batman and Robin, that'll sell, right?" And then it doesn't, and then you don't get Batman Begins for 8 fucking years. But that's what happens. Like, there has to be a cycle that goes through it. However, I don't disagree that when you have something bright enough, sometimes you have to fight to go back to your roots. I do think that does happen. And
Look at Godzilla -1. I mean, they went
Right.
back to the roots, and it was like, all right, we have all this MonsterVerse stuff like that, and it's like, yeah, sweet, we got all this, but let's get the director and everything, and everybody was like, let's just get back to the Godzilla roots, and made a phenomenal movie, and it's just pretty crazy. But Chris, I know you're fighting something right now, and you need to go to sleep.
I try.
Yeah,
you know,
I know.
So, but thank you, Dave, as always. It's good seeing everyone at that point. Keep fighting the good fight, everyone, at that, and we'll keep having these rational conversations. But yeah, you can follow me at Chris Balga, and World's Finest True Believers at Finest Believers, and at Marvel A Podcast for Marvel Alliance. Phil is my newest guest on World's Finest True Believers, dropping this Sunday. So subscribe to the Geek Ultimate Alliance Network on all podcatchers of choice.
There it is. All right. Feel better,
Catch y'all
Chris.
later.
Bye, Chris.
Rest.
See you, Chris.
Yeah, I remember he said, like, he was fighting something, and then he said something in the chat. I was like, oh yeah, we should get him out of here because he needs to get some sleep. No, but yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like, man, I mean, these characters, I mean, that's why when Zach was on Rogan and he talked about how, like, this is like a religion. I mean, he's not wrong. And but I love how he said this is my religion too. And he wanted to just, like, he wanted to tweak that religion, and I love the fact he's like, well, if you're telling me that Batman can't kill, the first thing I want to do is, and then they started laughing, and I'm like, yeah, that's the first. I mean, being a filmmaker and you want to be like, all right, well, what can we do differently? And when somebody goes, you can't make Batman kill, he's like, well, I'm gonna fucking do that. But then of course everybody always gets like, brain fog and doesn't remember that
Michael Keaton threw a guy down with the bomb.
Was like a fucking
Comics 27 kills a bunch of people.
The dude, he was a lunatic. Like, if you watch Batman and Batman Returns, he was a fucking psycho killer. I mean, he was.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like, but I mean, but but what some people always try to justify, yeah, is the fact that it's like, well, it's the narrative of the character, that character. I'm like, okay, so
and then people will say, "Oh, well, Batfleck's worse because he used guns," and I'm like,
I'm just like, when I hear shit like that, I'm just like, I ask some people who's your favorite Batman, and when they tell me it's Bale, I'm just like, oh, you mean the guy who set a whole temple of people on fire? And they're just like, when did he do that? I'm like, oh, really? You don't remember that? Batman Begins? And they're like,
yeah.
Here's the thing about okay, go ahead.
No, I was going to say Keaton also blew up all of those goons in the street in Batman with guns and missiles, I think, too.
And grenades.
Yeah, grenades. 5 grenades.
Shot at the fucking Joker with a bunch of,
Yeah.
The Godzilla thing is what perplexes me, because like I've always said, how come I can have 2 giant lizards, both named Godzilla, within 4.5 months of each other, do well in their own way, but I got a company that's been around longer than my dad that can't embrace the fact that you know what? Why don't I take everybody's money instead of just trying to exclude one? Yeah, go ahead and give me this Batman for this market. I love the Batman, but I can also love another Batman. You know, I mean, what's this? You know,
I'm down for all. I was telling Dave this like a year ago when we first met. I said if I was running Warner Brothers, I would make it so everyone can have their cake and eat it too. If you want Chris Reeve, give Brandon Routh like an HBO Max series. You get the Chris Reeve era. If you want the Henry Cavill, you get the Henry Cavill movies. If you want Tyler on the CW, you have a CW. You have all these different Supermen. Of course, at the time we didn't realize how bankrupt Warner Brothers actually was, but the idea was there. You know, it's like, why not? Like, who gives a fuck? Like, you know, if someone's lost, show them a chart. That's it.
I mean, and yeah, I mean, just going into Godzilla, Kong, New Empire, it was like, all right, here we go. You know, and watching -1 and being so impressed and being like, whoa, this is Godzilla to a T, and how he just brought it to the modern version, but went back to the basics. It's just kind of crazy.
See, I love the legendary movies, you know. So I love both.
I don't even know where to watch -1. It's not on any streaming service.
It's not. I know. Well, you'll get it eventually, but you'll see how it's like a basic Godzilla movie where it's like he's the threat, and you have a community of people that just come together to try to defeat him. But then you have something going into Godzilla and Kong, where you're just kind of going like, all right, now I'm watching Godzilla literally have a full on fight. Right now. Yes.
Sorry,
and like I said, I was like, okay, we're going through the motions for the first couple, for the first half. I'm like, all right, I get it. But then all of a sudden things started getting intriguing with the second half, where I'm like, all right, the little girl is she's relevant to this whole thing, and oh, okay, there's more to this story. And then of course we get to the final battle, and I went, okay, you guys just went all out right here. Like, okay, fine. And Kong is just like this like beaten up warrior who's just trying to fucking just wager on. Like it's like Kong gets sent through the ringer, and you kind of just go like, oh yeah, good for Kong. Like, what the hell? Like, he's been, and even when like he's gonna try to get Godzilla to try like, hey, we got to team up. I mean, that scene where he is literally trying to get it is because it's not human. It's, these big, huge titans, these animals. It's the fact that he's trying to be like, hey, dude, we need to team up. And it's like, it was like just so cool. Like, I just really enjoyed, and he's like taking the beating, but he's also like, fuck you, man. I'm like, I'm trying to get you to team up with me. God damn it. And then they obviously do, which is not a spoiler, and the way that they do it, it's just like, I don't know. I was just really impressed by that aspect. The human story still was like flawed, even though like I like some of the human characters, but I don't know. It's interesting to watch Godzilla -1 and then watch something like this, which is two drastically different, and enjoy both. Hey, guess what? We can enjoy both.
And I see rationals. I'm not saying so many, but you don't have to exclude. If you have some stuff on the table right now, yeah, limit it, pace it out. But you're going to have, especially with DC, and this is why DC has to be run like DC and not compared to Marvel. Because like I said, unlike Marvel, my dad's generation and, my grandfather picked up Action Comics. So you're going to have at any given time, you're going to have it like 3 generations of people that are into these characters, are familiar with these characters, and they're all of spending age. You don't stop spending money because you hit 60 or something like that. You go to these movies, you take your gang, you take these people, you can make it to where this Batman is suitable for this, and this Batman is suitable for that. I don't think it's diluting brand. I think it's diluting brand if you do it too much, or if the movies are bad. If you were to put out a good Ben Affleck movie, an Academy Award filmmaker like Ben Affleck, and you put out a Matt Reeves movie, a guy who's at his level, and you keep putting out those levels of movies, people are not going to turn that down. People are going to like that. You stagger them, you make all the money. And for as greedy as some of these guys are, their greed wire is not wired to their brain function. It just
and also like competition always makes better products. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, if you're competing, I mean, obviously we as fans, we'd be like, oh, we get 2 different Batman movies. Cool.
I like to well, like if I had to interject just a little bit, like
Yeah.
I don't like the word competition. I want diversity in the marketplace. I
There
want
you go.
options.
Well,
I don't know. That's like a
I see
little
what you
nitpick.
mean, though.
But I
That's a
think-
personal nitpick.
Yeah, no. I get that, and I think that it should be looked at like that. But let's face it, when it comes to human beings, especially men, we like to compete with each other. We just kind of do that whole thing where it's like, all right, I'm going to try to make it better than him, and but at the same time, the audience wins because we're not looking at it like, hey.
Yeah.
Oh, but obviously we're gonna have like the discourse. We're like, oh, this one's better, that one's better, and it's like it's whatever. But at the same time, the fact that the discourse is out there just shows that both made something special, and that's why I always talk about when it comes to BVS, and even when it comes to the Batman, it's like when it comes to like the discourse that's out there, when there's people that are like just heavily, just like I said, when I had that clip on Instagram, and there's just like underneath, I'm like. That just shows you proved my point that we're going to be talking about this movie for years to come because you guys just go, you hate it so much that you couldn't help but comment about it. And you wanted to have like some kind of, I don't know. It's just, that's just the way it is when it comes to these characters,
Yeah, I want to say as far as competition, like you got Aquaman 1, and then you've got them doing Namor in Black Panther 2. Two entirely different types of aquatic kingdoms and stuff like that, and I liked both. I liked how both, like one seems so much like Atlantis that I knew from the DC comics, and then the other one was this whole different take on Namor that I thought actually really worked for the character because it made him very distinct from Momoa and doing this this whole different thing. And as far as BVS goes, I think it should be said though too, like when Zach's talking about this killing thing. First off, what he's basically was saying is the same thing as like Bryan Singer asking about the helmet. It's him saying, so you're telling me Batman realistically as a character who we're supposed to believe is realistic in this situation has not accidentally killed anybody in his entire 20 years of being Batman. Like, no. But also in the context of BVS as opposed to say Michael Keaton. If you look at the Michael Keaton movies, even Batman Returns, which is way more intense and violent, it's done in the style of like Indiana Jones action adventure. Like that's kind of the vibe. It really is. Like you don't care about those sadistic clowns that are setting buildings on fire the same way you don't care about the fucking Nazis that Indy throws under a bus. Like it doesn't matter, But like the way that Zach shoots Affleck going nuts and just piling through these guys to get to the kryptonite in the truck, like that Batman is being precise, but he's also not giving a fuck. Like he doesn't, and that's not Batman. Like the way that Zach shoots it, he makes you feel uncomfortable. While it's a cool scene, something is off, and that's intentional. It's supposed to be that way. And also, so when you care about it more, when he actually does give a fuck in Zack Snyder's Justice League, when he's a different Batman at that point. So it's like in that style. So
I would even say it's very reminiscent of A Lonely Place of Dying Batman, where he's at the point he lost his Robin. He just does not give a flying rat's ass who or what he does.
What Zach is emphasizing.
If we had known, I mean, Jason Todd dying is also just as important. But if we had actually known that this was more of an Elseworlds type project, which Zach clearly took it as, but they, Warner Brothers and him were not on the same page. But if we had known it was an Elseworlds giant ass story that was going to go for a couple years, and this is this whole big arc, if we had known all that and we had known that Dick Grayson was gone, like all of that stuff that he does in the movie would have had a much bigger and different context, because Dick was his brother, and his son, and like his first Robin, and he died right out the gate, or not out the gate, but like he died. Like it changes everything. Huh?
Batmangate. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Batmangate.
Oh,
go back to that.
No,
What a great way
it changes the whole context.
But I know, Willem, you got to bounce right now.
I gotta get out of here.
You got to do your own thing. I know. And dude, have you really been streaming over 100 days in a row?
We did 101, and then we broke it the other night. Yeah, I didn't even realize that we were doing it. That's the thing about it is,
Christ, dude.
We started in mid-December, and I just went. I mean, we weren't counting the days. We lost count of the days. And the main thing was, it was easy. It was easy. It wasn't work. It was, especially when most of them take place at the home studio. And like I said, the conversations were there and we just had them.
Wow.
And then I just asked Brad one day, hey, how many days have we been streaming? And he would say like 40 or 50. And I'm like, yeah, that's a long time. And then all of a sudden, out of curiosity, one day I just looked and we were at 99 that day. We were 99. Wow. I think it was last Sunday. We were at 99. And then at that point, it was like, okay. But
in a row. So every day you were streaming.
Sometimes twice a day, because remember, we do our charity streams
I know.
on Saturdays.
I know. I get that.
It was like 120, 130 total streams between like December 15th and just last week. And like I say, we didn't realize it. We weren't counting. It wasn't something I was trying to do. It wasn't something we set out to do. It's just that's what happens when, you like I said, I'd like to say we've created an environment to where that conversation can just happen effortlessly. And it just did. So like I said, we celebrated and I went another night because I think something else, another trailer, something got released that night. And then at that point we took a night off. But like I said, people were asking me why you take a night off, because it wasn't work. I looked forward to the conversation. So 101 straight. But yeah, I don't know if we'll ever do that again, or who knows. If it happens organically, then that's cool.
That's awesome.
So,
all right. Well.
All right, see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. for anybody who wants to watch.
Charity stream happening.
Meet the Spartans. Because we got up to 10,000 that night. That was what we put ourselves through to get to that 10,000 mark. So now the goal is 15. We're at 10-2 right now. So hopefully we move the needle tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific time if you want to join in.
All right, sounds good, man.
See you guys later.
See ya.
Take care, William.
Much love.
Much love. What were we talking about before that?
That game.
No.
Yeah, well, we were talking about the distinct difference, Zach deconstructing the differences in killing between his version and the Keaton version and all of that, and just like, and also how I think we're just reminiscing too about how the medium affects the comic books and vice versa, and like fans need to understand that that's how
I feel like
media works.
Fans would be so much happier if they just accepted that these live action movies based on comic books are also Elseworlds in their own right. But no, they have to drag everything back to it's not like the source material. Well, what the fuck source material are you referencing? Seriously. The same shit you've been reading for the last 20 years on repeat? Okay, read some more. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. I mean,
source material.
I tried it when I got really into actually reading all the stuff when stuff was getting collected. I just sought out like what's the runs that people gravitated toward, what are the ones that changed the game. And I love the Hulk character, but he's a very same thing over and over and over again, but I gravitated toward the Peter David run, which you ask anybody, that's like one of the most seminal runs in the character, because Peter David was just kind of allowed to go nuts and deal with all the different personalities of Hulk. And, like the Gray Hulk, the Professor Hulk, Mr. Joe Fixit, all that stuff came from Peter David, and Maestro, all that. Yeah. And then, and basically Al Ewing was one of the more recent Hulk writers that did a phenomenal run. But even people who have read that run will tell you a lot of that is just based off of, where pretty much Peter David left off. But again, still a very good run. But again, it was challenging Hulk. It wasn't just like guy gets mad, turns to green, and then runs around, and then army shoots at him for.
He's doing an X-Men book in wake of Krakoan era ending, if I'm not mistaken. I think exceptional X-Men.
Yeah, well, Al is pretty much one of their go-tos at this point, because he's progressed. Well, ever since Hulk 2, especially, his name has just risen. He was already kind of a cult favorite, but then after that, it just kind of escalated. I think Gail Simone is going to be writing like
Gail Simone. I think is on Uncanny. She's on Uncanny X-Men. I don't remember who's doing Exception. No, okay. So there's Exceptional X-Men, Uncanny X-Men, and then there's one more X-Men book that they announced in wake of the Krakoan age coming to an end. I don't remember what the fuck it's called.
Yeah, I wish that the Krakoan age was not ending, because I was on board with what Hickman was doing, because I think X-Men needed that. I think that they needed like that, and then of course Marvel editorial being what they are, and their fun decisions. But they're like, hey, guess what? We'll give you the Ultimate Universe. Yeah, we'll give you the Ultimate Universe, which we're not doing anything with whatsoever, and you can have that and go go nuts, and he did. So, and it's been great apparently.
Yeah.
So
speaking of X-Men, X-Men 97 episode 3 was like the absolute sauce.
oh yes, hold on. So
Goblin
so
Queen
who-
has been
I
trending for days
still
now.
have not watched
So-
it yet.
You haven't
All right,
watched
all right.
it? I'm glad I didn't
Yeah.
say too much. I'm not Axel trying to spoil
Yeah,
it for
don't
everybody.
Yeah,
don't.
I was gonna say
spoil
who's
too much
who's
stuff.
got into it. Okay,
I
I will say this.
watch it this weekend.
No
Yeah,
spoilers. I will
spoiling
say
it.
this. The animation has they're trying to keep it within the 90s, but it is clearly a different show while still being in the same continuity.
Yep.
There's a lot of very well done animated sequences that take a lot of influence from many different avenues and stuff. It still feels like it's in the 90s for the most part. What I love is that when you're starting to watch the show, they end the show now too on like a cliffhanger pretty much at the end of every episode. Which is smart. And I was like, oh, they're going to do this for simplicity reasons because the comic is way too complicated.
Yep.
And then they're like, nope, we're going to do it, but we're also going to minimize it a little bit too, just to get it out the door. And they do, and somehow it worked. Like, so these guys on the show, they know what the fuck they're doing. So that's I'll leave it at that without like Axel giving everything away.
I'm not giving anything away.
So,
Give your time, man.
Dave, did you say you haven't started it or you haven't seen episode 3?
I haven't seen any of them yet.
Oh, dude.
All right.
Oh man.
Dave, have you
I'll
watched?
get there. I'm gonna do it this week, and I have to. I've been putting it off way too long.
Dave, you're an adult and you have a life. So, but have you had a chance to go back through the original 90s show?
No, I have not, but I watched it as a kid religiously. So
okay, so you
I know it. Yeah.
All right. So I would just say this to remember. This isn't spoilers, but you do remember at the end of the badly animated season 5, Charles Xavier dies, and I thought he did die, but he doesn't die. He goes the Shi'ar Empress.
Yep.
Yeah, she comes down and she grabs Charles and takes him to space.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, like, your dog didn't die. We just took him to a farm downstate. So like, but I'm gonna state that's the only thing you may need to remember going into the new show, because I think that's clearly going to come back probably this season.
Oh,
so
100%.
Okay,
I think they are 100% alluding to something like that coming down the pipeline in the next 7 episodes. I'll just say episode 2, without spoiling anything, is still my favorite of the 3 released so far. I think episode 2 has like one of the greatest sequences the episode ends on in the entire history of the TV show. And this is, episode 2 of 10.
Yep.
So who knows what else is coming.
The biggest thing that they have done, in my opinion, in terms of an X-Men fan, and I mean overall multimedia, is that 2 of the biggest characters that took a hit in the books, especially when Claremont left the book, were Cyclops and Beast. And they were still pretty much what they were in the comic books in the original 90s show. So that hasn't changed. But these writers, these guys taking on the show again, or as well as people coming back to the show, the work they are doing on Cyclops is great, because he is a stoic Boy Scout character. And you guys know it's a hard character to write. How do you make him like a good character? And they're like, nope, this is what Cyclops is. This is why he is cool. But unfortunately, Wolverine's always the badass. But it's like, this is why this guy leads the fucking team, because he does this, this, and this. And it's like, that's right. Cyclops was cool when I was a kid. I forgot that. And they do a really good job about that. And Beast is still Beast, and it's great. He's not a war criminal. He's not doing all these terrible things that he does in the comic books yet. So, yeah, it's good. It's very good.
Yeah, that's gonna be probably me watching it this weekend finally, because I deactivated my Disney Plus, and I'm like, I gotta reactivate it. I'm like, all right, so I gotta, because you try to balance the streaming services.
Oh yeah,
so that's why I've been
canceling Netflix. It's not like anything's gonna happen on Netflix.
What?
Except Rebel Moon.
Rebel Moon.
Coming out. I'm joking.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, I know you're doing that just to be funny, but yeah, I know that. So I was like, all right, I'll get rid of Hulu, I guess. But I gotta watch Shogun before I get rid of
Okay,
that.
so I'm glad you brought that up
Shogun.
because last night when I pulled up my Disney Plus app, it pulled up Shogun, and I was like, "Can I watch this, or do I need the Hulu app?" No, it
that's
allowed
the
me
thing.
to fucking watch it.
Okay, so there you go.
Really?
Because they're combining, obviously,
Yes.
which they've always been like combining, but now there's like officially combining. I don't know.
Yeah.
So
it's
yeah,
weird.
I'm probably gonna cancel my Hulu and then I'll reactivate my Disney Plus so I can watch X because I've been anxiously like going, I gotta do it, I gotta pull, but with things that have been happening recently, I'm like, all right, I gotta just ease into it. But yeah, I'm gonna probably do that this weekend so I can, and then if Shogun is gonna, if I could watch it on Disney Plus too, because I have that, all right, we're fine. So
Yeah,
I'll watch it.
it's insane at how much that actually fucking worked. I was genuinely surprised. My coworker was like, "Dude, you need to watch Shogun." I was like, "Okay, I'll get to it after X-Men 97." And he was like, I was like, "Dude, I'm sorry. It's fucking X-Men. I grew up watching that TV show. Like, I need and besides that, by the time X-Men 97 is over, Shogun will probably all be over, and I can just binge it all in one go."
That's the thing. That's the way I look at it too. Is like when they do this like releasing stuff, I'm like, I'll wait till it's all there.
Yeah.
I'll do that where I'm like, if it's all there, I want to binge it. I'm a binging kind of guy.
Yeah.
Can I just say though too that Disney did a smart thing by waiting for the entire first season of X-Men 97 to be done and then releasing it weekly, as opposed to taking half of it and then doing like a 6-month break and then doing the other half, which is driving me nuts on Amazon and Netflix.
Oh God.
Like
Invincible.
Yeah. Invincible has hurt itself by doing that.
It lost hype. It lost hype. And which sucks because I really love that show. And just finale's next week, and I'm really excited.
I haven't watched an episode of that this season too.
I have to remind myself if I actually did see the beginning of season 2. I don't remember because, as you guys may know, like my whole life is books and then video games and comic and all these, and so I lose track of what I've already gone over sometimes. But yeah, I fell off too with Invincible, and I loved that first season. So if they're smart, they'll take note of this and then just wait for everything to be done and then release it in either in one go or on a weekly basis and get it all out. Like, there you go, and that's it.
I have nothing nice to say about Invincible.
Yeah, no, I know, Phil. I know. I'm talking as a show and as a thing that brings Amazon revenue and pleases fans, whether you like the show or not. I'm just saying from a commercial standpoint.
I hear you.
Okay, all right.
I hear you.
He's just putting out his opinion. That's all. But you know what? I think this is a good place to wrap this up. And this has been a fun conversation, of course. And everybody, watch Axel's fan film, Red Robin. It's down below.
It's great to watch. And thank you.
Yes, it's he put a lot of effort into it, and it's a good Tim Drake story, and it kind of I mean, like I said, this is creativity. You gotta love it. You just gotta love it. Where, like, again, I'm very impressed by certain shots, like specifically the batarang shot, and the fact that you mentioned like how you achieved that. It's like certain things like that. It's like, yes, that's what it's all about: creating and taking these characters and making them your own. So, good job, man. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we'll go around the horn and just plug whatever we got to do. We'll of course let's do Axel first. Plug away.
Yes. You can find me at Droga52 on YouTube. I'm sometimes doing streams with my boyfriend, and it's like once a week sort of. And we'll just be talking about the main stuff that's happening. You can find me on Twitter via Axel R Droga, and I don't use Vero anymore. Is that still a thing? Yeah, whatever.
It is.
Yeah, thank you for having me on, Dave. This was really fun, and good conversations we had.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. And like I said, watch this film. It's good stuff. Support creative, stuff like this. Yeah, it's great stuff. All right, Paul.
I have nothing to promote. I'm just me. No. Yeah, I'm just a guy. But if you if you want to talk or come find me, I'm at pmickey1988 on Instagram or Paul Panhook on Vero. So just come find me on there. Send me a DM. I'm always down to chat. So
there it is. Yeah, he knows his stuff. Rhea.
Yeah, I used to do content. I took an elongated break for personal reasons, but I'm on Twitter like a lot, and I seek out people who are talking about stuff that I'm super into. So yeah, just keep posting away, and I can definitely come into your thread and have those discussions. I'm all about it. So I'm trying to make at least like my platform very like welcoming and like nurturing as far as like creating equity and things like that. So I know it's like it's not easy, but I'm enjoying it a lot. So come follow me there, and whatever you share, like I'll be happy to check it out.
There it is. That's all what it's about right there. Phil.
Once again, my friend, thank you for inviting me on. It's always
man.
chat with everyone here. If y'all want to see some more unfiltered shenanigans, just feel free to follow me at Unfiltered pretty much everywhere, except that horrendous X app. I am not there, but it's pretty much everywhere. Threads, Vero, Instagram, and Blue Sky, along with Dirtbook, Facebook. And you can listen to my podcast, The Eternal Night. Me and my friend Craig talk about mostly predominantly Batman stuff, and we're trying to get a new episode out probably by the end of the weekend. We'll see what happens.
There it is. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate you guys being part of the panel. Of course, Paul, Phil, Rhea, Axel, and then, of course, Chris and William. Been a fun time. And everybody else, smash that like, thumbs up, subscribe, do all that. And yes, guys, we will. I got to find it here. Scrolling. There there it is. All right. We'll talk to you guys later. See you.